Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the President, bills brought from the House of Representatives, petitions, papers.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The Annual Administrative Report of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority for the period 2017-2018. I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Finance, the Attorney General, and the Minister of Education. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Office of Procurement Regulation for the year ended September 30, 2020. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Mayaro Regional, Rio Claro Regional Corporation Chairman's Fund for the years ending September 30, 2017, 2018, and 2019. The annual audited financial statements of the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30, 2020. The annual audited financial statements of the University of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30, 2016. The annual administrative report of the National Investment Fund Holding Company Limited for the year ended December 31, 2020. The annual administrative report of the Trinidad and Tobago Tourism Business Development Limited for the year ended December 31, 2018. The second report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Cuva Tabaqui Talparo Regional Corporation for the year ended September 30, 2006. The annual administrative report of the National Enterprises Limited as at March 31, 2020. The annual report of the Equal Opportunity Commission for the years 2016, 2017, and 2018. The Firearms Use of Pepper Spray Order 2021. The annual administrative reports of the Trinidad and Tobago National Schools Dietary Services Limited for the periods 2010, 2011, 2011, 2012, 2012, 2013, 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, and 2015, 2016. The annual administrative report of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the period 2017-2018. The annual administrative report of the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus for the period 2017-2018. I thank you, Madam President.
Urgent questions?
But can you proceed to the booth, please? Senator Mark?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Given reports of the questionable purchase of $7.7 million worth of chemicals no longer utilized by WASA, can the minister indicate whether any disciplinary action will be taken against the persons involved?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in dealing with this matter, a process has to be followed. So the matter was brought to the attention of the Audit Committee of WASA and thereafter to the Board of WASA. And given the contents of the report, the Board of WASA ordered that a thorough investigation be carried out. And that is the stage WASA is at in relation to this matter. WASA is at the investigation stage of the matter. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Given the seriousness of this matter, can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the management of WASA has taken steps to have these two managers suspended?
Minister.
Madam President, the matter is at the investigation stage. It's the investigation commissioned by the Board of WASA. The investigation commenced in July, and I assume that the appropriate stage, the WASA Board will take what action it needs to take, if it needs to do that.
Senator Mark.
Can the Minister indicate whether the Board of Directors as well as the management of WASA had given approval to this expenditure of $7.7 million worth of chemicals?
I won't allow that question.
Personal explanations.
Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts, I will ask that you go to the booth.
Madam President. Madam President, I thank you for granting me leave in accordance with Standing Order 22 to provide a personal explanation. I wish to refer to the report of the Committee of Privileges of the Senate, First Session, 2020-2021, 12th Parliament, on the matter of contempt of Parliament. By resolution agreed on Wednesday, July 7, 2021, the Senate adopted said report and its recommendations. Therefore, pursuant to the recommendations therein, I wish to extend an unreserved apology to the President of the Senate and to the Senate as a whole for the statements deemed to have brought this House and its presiding officer into ridicule and odium. I wish to reaffirm my commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to the Parliament of this Republic. I thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Leader of Government Business. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, we had proposed to move motions in relation to the composition of some of the committees, and I understand that my colleague, Senator Mark, would like an opportunity to revisit the composition. So we can either stand it down or defer it to the next sitting.
Let's defer it to another sitting and just, yeah.
President, thank you.
No, there's no need to move it. We
Right.
still have to deal with, I think it's motion number 2.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. So, Madam President, I beg to move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Senate agree that Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ibrahim be appointed to serve on the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure in lieu of the late Mr. Franklin Khan. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the Senate agree that Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ibrahim be appointed to serve on the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure in lieu of the late Mr. Franklin Khan. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I seek your leave in accordance with Standing Order 1121 to move a motion for the suspension of the Standing Orders 43-1, given the fact that we are still in the midst of a pandemic. Thank you.
Senator's leave is granted.
Madam President, I beg to move that during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic, that this Senate suspends Standing Order 43-1 in order for the time limit of speeches and debates to be adjusted as follows. A maximum of 45 minutes for the mover, a maximum of 40 minutes for the first responders on the benches opposite, a maximum of 30 minutes for all other speakers, and a maximum of 30 minutes for the member wrapping up. I thank you.
Honorable Senators, the question is that during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic, the time limit for speeches and debates be adjusted as follows. A maximum of 45 minutes for the mover, a maximum of 40 minutes for the first responders on the benches opposite, a maximum of 30 minutes for all other speakers, and a maximum of 30 minutes for the member wrapping up. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, bill second reading.
Minister of Finance.
President.
Minister, you have 45 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority and for related matters be now read a second time. Madam President, as I proceed to pilot the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2021, permit me an opportunity to summarize the long and winding road that has led us as a country to this point. The first attempt to establish a revenue authority commenced over a decade ago when the then government introduced the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2010 before the Parliament in January 2010. That bill lapsed in April of 2010. A second bill, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2018, was introduced in Parliament on May the 25th, 2018, and referred to a Joint Select Committee of Parliament on the same date. The JSC, established to consider and report on the bill, was chaired by the Minister of Finance and held 13 meetings over the course of the third and fourth sessions of the 11th Parliament. During these meetings, the JSC issued invitations to a wide cross-section of stakeholders and received quite a few submissions from the following: the Inland Revenue Division, the Customs and Excise Division, the Central Bank, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Customs Clerks and Customs Brokers Association, the Institute of Chartered Accountants, the National Union of Government and Federated Workers, the Service Commissions Department, the American Chamber of Commerce, the Couva Point Lisas Chamber of Commerce, the Energy Chamber of Trinidad and Tobago, the Tobago House of Assembly, the University of the West Indies through the Faculty of Social Sciences, and the Joint Trade Union Movement. The report of that Joint Select Committee was laid in the House on May the 13th, 2019, and in the Senate on May the 15th, 2019. There was also a minority report by members of the opposition, which disagreed with the views of the majority of the committee, and that majority comprised members of the government and members of the independent bench of this chamber. The opposition did not support the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2018, which resulted in the bill being withdrawn on September 27, 2019, after the motion to adopt the committee's report was made before the House. A third bill, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2019, was introduced in the Senate on November 26, 2019, and approved on May 1st, 2019 with amendments. That bill lapsed on July 3rd, 2020. Madam President, each of these bills required the support of a special majority of 3/5 of the members of each House of Parliament to be successfully passed. Essentially, these bills could not have been passed without the support of the opposition. So even though the third bill was approved by the Senate with the support of independent members, it could not be passed in the House because of the lack of support of the opposition. It is obvious from the 11-year history of this legislation that despite the well-established benefits that will redound through the establishment of a revenue authority, the opposition has made it crystal clear that they will not support a revenue authority in this country. Madam President, in order to avoid any further wastage of time, we've been at this for 11 years, the government proposes a solution to end this deadlock that is seamless and in keeping with the rule of law. I will address that aspect of the bill at a later stage. With respect to the inefficiencies of the current system, despite the numerous debates that have happened on this subject, the critical question as to why this country needs a revenue authority can be answered with ease. The benefits include vastly improved efficiencies of business for all, greater revenue collection, and prudent management of the state's main revenue collecting agency. The inefficiencies of the current system, especially with respect to the Inland Revenue Division, are well documented and addressed in Parliament ad infinitum on many previous occasions. I would therefore simply refer to some data that has already been introduced into the Parliament just for reference. In 2017, the Inland Revenue Division was assessed by the IMF using the Tax Administration Diagnostic Tool, also known as TADAT. This tool allowed us to obtain an independent assessment which utilized a scientific approach on the performance of the current tax administration system. The TADAT report highlighted that out of 28 high-level indicators, Trinidad and Tobago received the following ratings: 2 A ratings, the highest rating, 1 B rating, 7 C ratings, and 18 D ratings, the lowest and worst rating. The report also indicated a number of strengths to build on and several weaknesses. In 2019, the IMF conducted a post-TADAT strategic review, whereby the IMF mission, working with the management and staff of the Inland Revenue Division, reviewed progress in addressing the weaknesses, 13 in all, identified key priority areas which, if improved, can achieve maximum impact on revenues, and brainstorm solutions for the prioritized areas. Implementation of the agreed upon solutions is ongoing, but continues to be humbugged and constrained by a lack of human resources, which is a matter for the independent, constitutionally protected Public Service Commission. There are hundreds of vacancies in these divisions caused by the inaction of the Public Service Commission. In 2019, the IMF also conducted a value-added tax, VAT gap study. The results indicated that there is a VAT gap of around 5% of GDP in Trinidad and Tobago, which has two components, a compliance gap and a policy gap. The policy gap would flow from decisions of successive governments with respect to tax exemptions, zero rating, tax waivers, etc., in various areas of activity. The compliance gap is the problem because we have control over the policy gap. We can adjust the policy with respect to tax waivers, zero rating, etc. But in terms of compliance, the compliance gap, the difference between the potential value-added tax to be collected, the VAT that could have been collected if all taxpayers complied, and the net VAT accrued, appeared to be well above average for an emerging market economy. In fact, the estimate of the compliance gap is somewhere between 2 to 3%, which is of the order of $3 to $5 billion. So that is what the experts determined, that the compliance gap in Trinidad and Tobago, just on value-added tax alone, could be as much as $5 billion per annum. More recently, in an article entitled New Tax Authority in Trinidad and Tobago to Boost Compliance, appearing in the report Trinidad and Tobago 2020 by the Oxford Business Group, the following was stated, and it's quite instructive. The current system has been characterized by weaknesses in laws, regulations, and human resource management. The Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, or CARTAC, that is the arm of the IMF that has assisted us with evaluating the Inland Revenue Division, has referred to Trinidad and Tobago's current system as highly inefficient. The country is ranked 160 out of 190 in terms of paying taxes by the World Bank, scoring 53 out of a possible 100, below the average in Latin America and the Caribbean, with counterparts like Dominica, which is at 83 out of 190 countries, Jamaica 124th out of 190 countries, Grenada 143rd, Antigua and Barbuda 145th, we are 160th. There are only 30 countries in the world that are worse than us. The report noted that Trinidad and Tobago's total tax contribution rate as a percentage of commercial profits was 40%, below the regional average of 47%. According to the World Bank, the average time necessary to file 3 major taxes in Trinidad and Tobago is around 210 hours. If you work that into days, Madam President, you would get that it may take a month to file 3 major taxes in Trinidad and Tobago. The score for the post-filing index, which takes into account the time needed for value-added tax refunds, was 19 out of 100. Therefore, the overarching aim of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority is to make the tax regime more efficient and enhance taxpayer compliance. It is as simple as that. That is why a TTRA is required, because we have a tax gap that could be anywhere between $5 billion and more per annum, and we are highly inefficient in terms of dealing with the taxpayer. It is estimated that with the establishment of the Revenue Authority and other tax efficiency gains, increased collections over the medium term would be as follows. In 2022, 1% of GDP, approximately $1.5 billion. 2023, 1.5% of GDP, approximately $2.4 billion. And 2024, 2% of GDP, $3.2 billion. In short, the Revenue Authority is intended to ensure that revenue collection in this country is approached as a world-class business rather than as a corollary subject to the strictures of the public service. The Revenue Authority Bill 2021 incorporates the amendments as recommended in the report of the Joint Select Committee of Parliament, and therefore, except for one policy change, it is virtually identical to the previous Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2019, which found favor with the majority in this Senate. Let me repeat, except for one policy change, the bill before you is virtually identical to the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2019. And therefore, those members who participated before should be familiar with the bill that was passed by the Senate in 2019. And let me make it crystal clear, lest I be misconstrued. The previous bill was the full, complete approach to a revenue authority, passed with a special majority, completely hiving off the revenue authority from the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission. That was the previous bill that was passed by the Senate with the support of the independent bench. This bill, because the opposition has made it crystal clear that we could pass whatever we want in this place, in this House, with the support of the independents, but when it gets to the House, they will use their numbers to ensure that such legislation is torpedoed. We have decided that we will now make an adjustment which allows us to pass the legislation with a simple majority by establishing an enforcement division of the proposed Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. The purpose of this enforcement division is to exercise those enforcement powers, accepting the enforcement of revenue laws by way of civil proceedings found under the revenue laws by a cadre of public officers appointed by the Public Service Commission. I will now look at the relevant clauses that implement the enforcement division, proposed enforcement division. Clause 13.1 of the bill establishes the position of the Deputy Director General of Enforcement, who is the head of the enforcement division and a public officer appointed by the Public Service Commission, not by the minister or any other politician or by the cabinet. Clause 13.4 excludes the Deputy Director General Enforcement from the limitation of holding office for more than 5 years at any time. In other words, once he or she is appointed, that person is there until retirement and is subject to the control of the Public Service Commission and not any minister. Given the importance of the Office of the Deputy Director General, Enforcement, other than by way of civil proceedings, of the Customs Laws, Excise Act, and other revenue laws, Clause 13.5 of the bill proposes to establish the office under the purview of the Salaries Review Commission for the purpose of determining relevant salary and allowances. Clause 14.1b of the bill reaffirms the role of the Director General with respect to the enforcement of revenue laws by means of civil proceedings, so that the Director General, who is not appointed by the Public Service Commission, can only enforce revenue laws by way of the court. This is an important point to highlight, as it meant to delineate the roles of the traditional revenue collection reserved for the Director General with the more intrusive functions, especially those currently being exercised by Customs and Excise and found under the various revenue laws, being reserved for the Deputy Director General Enforcement, who, I repeat, will be a public officer. This is further highlighted in clauses 41A1 and 41A2 of the bill, and underscored in the definition of enforcement in clause 3 of the bill, which states that enforcement in relation to the customs laws, the Excise Act, and other revenue laws means the exercise of the powers and authorities of privileges conferred by those revenue laws. It is necessary to emphasize that the inclusion of these words, powers, authorities, and privileges, which is a phrase found under the Customs and Excise Act and Excise Act, General Provisions Act, is meant to ensure there's only the exercise of existing powers. Let me repeat that. The use of these words is meant to ensure that there is only the exercise of existing powers and not the creation of any new powers. Clause 3 of the bill now incorporates by reference the definition of customs law. This is meant to ensure that with reference to enforcement, the framework establishing the relevant legislation is covered. The definition of revenue laws has been unchanged since the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Bill 2019. However, the schedule of laws has been expanded to include a reference to all laws that either the Customs and Excise Division or Inland Revenue Division have the power to act under. This ensures a seamless transition to the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, which will now carry out those functions in due course, when the authority is established and when the enforcement division is populated by the Public Service Commission. How much more time do I have, Madam President?
28 minutes.
Thank you. Let me now turn to a particular explanation of the approach that we are adopting with the Enforcement Division, Madam President. I want to reiterate that the plan is that all of the officers in the proposed Enforcement Division will be public officers. In addition, if one looks at legislation that we have had in our Parliament from time to time, such as the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Authority, allow me now to read a brief explanation as to exactly what we intend to do, Madam President. Each of the former bills required the support of a special majority. They required that majority because they sought to confer the powers, authorities, and privileges of members of the police service currently exercised by customs officers on other officers on persons who were to be appointed by the proposed Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, and not on public officers appointed by a service commission. And I want to repeat that. The previous versions of this bill, which were introduced with a requirement for a special majority, required a special majority because they sought to confer the powers, authorities, and privileges of members of the police service on persons who were to be appointed by the proposed Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, and not on public officers. The Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Bill 2021 is very different in that sole respect, because what we are doing is conferring those powers of which I just spoke on public officers appointed by the Public Service Commission. And that avoids the need for a special majority, and this is the advice that we have received from eminent counsel. By Clause 14 of the bill, the Enforcement Division of the authority would comprise a Deputy Director General, Enforcement, and other public officers appointed by the Public Service Commission, as well as employees performing administrative functions appointed by the authority itself. The Deputy Director General, a public officer, Enforcement, would be authorized to exercise the powers, authorities, and privileges conferred by the Customs laws, the Excise Act, and other revenue laws for the purposes of the enforcement of those revenue laws. The Public Service Commission would have the authority to remove, transfer, and exercise disciplinary control and promote over the Deputy Director General Enforcement and other public officers of the Enforcement Division. The board would have authority over the employees of that division that perform administrative functions and have no enforcement powers. Section 35 of the Municipal Corporations Act, this is in fact the act that I was referring to rather than the act dealing with the Postal Authority. Section 35 of the Municipal Corporations Act provides a precedent for the appointment of public officers to positions in a statutory corporation, inasmuch as it requires the Public Service Commission to appoint, remove, transfer, and exercise disciplinary control over the officers of the municipal corporations mentioned in the second schedule of that act. Thus, to the extent that the powers, authorities, and privileges conferred by the customs laws, the Excise Act, or other revenue laws would continue to be exercised by public officers for the purposes of the enforcement of those laws, this bill does not infringe the Constitution and does not require a special majority. I'm referring particularly to the municipal police force, which does not take orders from politicians within statutory corporations, but takes its direction from persons appointed by independent authority. Just to wrap up The terms customs laws is defined as having a meaning assigned to it in Section 2 of the Customs Act. And by Section 2 of the Customs Act, customs laws include that act and any other written law relating to customs. Section 3 of the Customs Act, this is very important, provides for the purpose of carrying out the provisions of the customs laws, all officers shall have the same powers, authority, and privileges as are given to members of the police service by law. So within the municipal corporation framework, you have municipal police officers who have the same powers, authorities, and privileges as, let's call them, regular police officers, but they do not take instructions from politicians running the corporations because they are subordinate to another authority. The Excise Act is defined as having a meaning assigned to it in Section 3 of the Excise General Provisions Act, and that means the Brewery Act, the Spirits and Spirit Compounds Act, the Liquor Licenses Act, and any other act, regulation, order, resolution. Section 5 of the Excise General Provisions Act provides that for the purpose of carrying out the provisions of any excise act, all officers shall have the same powers, authorities, and privileges as are given by law to constables, and all members of the police service shall have the same powers, authorities, and privileges as are given by law to officers. So again, within those laws, Excise Act and customs laws, the enforcement officers have the powers and privileges of police officers, but they are appointed by independent authority, by the Public Service Commission in this particular case. Where the bill refers to the enforcement of customs laws, the Excise Act, and other laws by the Deputy Director General Enforcement or the Enforcement Division, the words other revenue laws should not be interpreted in their broadest sense, but should simply be interpreted in keeping with the ejusdem general rule, be construed as embracing those revenue laws which are similar in nature to the customs laws and the Excise Act. Clause 13 provides for the introduction of the post of the Deputy Director General, enforcement, who would be a public officer, head of the Enforcement Division. And as I indicated previously, the terms and conditions of employment of that person would be determined by the Salaries Review Commission, which is an independent body. The review of the terms and conditions of service by the SRC of the Deputy Director General Enforcement supports his or her independence in a manner that is similar to that given to the Chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue or the Controller of Customs and Excise. Clause 14(1)(b), as I said before, expressly confers on the Director General, who would not be a public officer, responsibility only for enforcement of the revenue laws by way of civil proceedings. You would have to approach the court. The Director General would not have the same or even similar enforcement powers as the Deputy Director General Enforcement. Clauses 14(2), 5(c), and (d) set out the responsibilities of the Deputy Director General Enforcement, responsible for the daily management and direction of the enforcement division of the proposed revenue authority and the enforcement of customs laws, Excise Act, and other revenue laws. The Deputy Director General Enforcement would also be responsible for advising the Director General on matters that could affect public policy, public finances, and so on. The options available to public officers by way of Clause 18(2)(c) of the bill will be as follows. To exercise the option to be appointed or transfer by the Public Service Commission to suitable officers in the Enforcement Division. In the case of, and the well-known case of Perch, and I believe that's Martha Perch, versus the Attorney General, 2003, 62 WIR 461, for the lawyers among us, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council considered the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation Act, 1999, and held that the options similar to those provided in Section 18(2)(a), (b), and (d) of the bill were not unconstitutional, even for those who chose to remain in the public service, but for whom no other office in the public service was available. At paragraph 15 of that judgment, the Privy Council stated that retirement, whether voluntary or compulsory, is a mode of leaving the public service recognized by Section 12 of the Civil Service Act. So is the abolition of an office. And it is established that a legislature may abolish a public office in the interest of good administration. The option in Clause 18.2c of the bill is similar to the option in Clause 18.2d, in that they are essentially options to remain in the public service and to be transferred by and in the discretion of the Public Service Commission to a suitable office in the public service. Clause 18.2 of the bill is therefore consistent with our Constitution and does not require a special majority. Clause 23.4 of the bill provides that the salary and allowances payable to the public officers in the Enforcement Division shall be a charge on the Consolidated Fund. This is similar to judges, Madam President, who are paid first. I don't know if you're aware of that. There are several offices that are a charge on the Consolidated Fund, which are a first call on any money available to the government. This is consistent with the obligations of the state to pay the salaries and allowances of public officers. By Clause 41A of the bill, provision is made for reference in existing written laws to the chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue or the Controller of Customs and Excise to be construed as references to the Deputy Director General Enforcement. This is very important. The references in the existing written laws to the chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue or the Controller of Customs will now be construed to be references to the Deputy Director General Enforcement, who will be a public officer. The transfer of the said enforcement powers from one public officer to another public officer without expanding or otherwise altering those powers and without derogating from any fundamental right guaranteed by Section 4 or 5 of the Constitution in a manner in which, or to an extent to which the existing law does not currently derogate from that right. So this simple point is, Madam President, that we have found a solution. We believe that the solution that we have found is workable, and we believe that we can now press on and get on with this most important task of establishing a revenue authority, and we believe that there will be tremendous improvements in efficiency. Taxpayers will not have to wait in long lines to pay their taxes, will not be subject to frustration in terms of getting information and clarification and getting feedback and so on. And the country will benefit in terms of compliance. A number of persons who are currently avoiding tax, not paying tax, outside the tax net, but enjoying the service of Trinidad and Tobago by way of parliamentary appropriations would be captured, and it will assist us, especially in this guava season, where our revenues are significantly damaged by the global pandemic. If I can now move along, Madam President, I have gone through Clause 14 of the bill, and I am of the view that the creation of the Enforcement Division will create no departure from what currently obtains. And we believe this provides the necessary balance that maintains the rule of law. I expect my colleague will address this in greater detail when he makes his contribution. We also need to look very carefully at the role of the minister and the powers and functions of the minister. All the minister can do is communicate general directions and policy directions. He cannot tell anyone in the proposed revenue authority, as is the case with the current Inland Revenue Division, who to target or who to tax from an individual perspective. That will continue with the new revenue authority. The authority and the Enforcement Division in particular are insulated from any errant minister that might come after me. So, if I move on now, I think I've dealt in great detail with the improvement we have made to the legislation and how we have got around the obstructionism of the opposition. The other clauses in the bill are virtually identical to what we have debated in this place twice already, and that is the establishment of the board, which will be comprised of 9 members, a chairman, a vice chairman, the PS of the Ministry of Finance, someone nominated by the THA, an attorney at law, an accountant, and so on. The responsibilities of the board would include formulating, approving, and ensuring the implementation of management policies with respect to performance of the authority, finances of the authority, human resources matters, internal audit, collective bargaining, and so on. But I want to repeat, the board will not be responsible for the enforcement of revenue laws and will now be the responsibility of the new enforcement division. Clause 8.2 of the bill also prohibits the board from providing specific instructions to the Director General or any other officer of the authority as it relates to the functions of the authority. The board is also not permitted access to information, and this is very important. The board of the authority will not be permitted access to information resident within the authority that relates to any individual or person, as well as any documentation that relates to actions against the authority. And as I indicated just now, Clause 8.3 empowers the minister to give general policy directions. Clause 9 deals with disclosure of interest, conflict of interest. Clause 10 deals with the tenure of the members of the board and the director, the chairman and vice chairman will be there for 5 years and all other members for 3 years. The Clause 11, a standard clause, provides for the resignation and removal of board members. Clause 12 prescribes the board shall meet at least once per month, establishes the quorum. As we move on to Part 4, this deals primarily with the staff of the authority. I've already spoken about the enforcement division, and the clauses generally give information on how the Director General will be appointed and how the other Deputy Director General, not responsible for enforcement, will be appointed, and it will be done by notification subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament, so that if there's anybody in the Parliament who knows something about persons who are recommended or nominated for appointment to these offices, Director General and Deputy Director General, then that can be well ventilated when these matters come to Parliament. The Clause 14 deals with the functions of the Director General, all very similar to what we had before. Clause 15, resignation and removal of the Director General and the other Deputy Director General, not the enforcement one. Clause 16 authorizes the board to employ the staff on such terms and conditions as it may determine. Clause 17 permits the board to enter into contracts. Clause 18 provides the various options available to public officers, which I spoke about before. In the case of Martha Perch and the Attorney General versus the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, concerning postal workers. And I simply dealt with one option just now. Let me deal with all. The options available to public officers will be to 1, voluntarily retire, 2, transfer to the authority, 3, be appointed on transfer by the public service submission to a suitable office in the enforcement division, or 4, remain in the public service. Clause 19 through 22 deal with superannuation benefits. Clause 20, 21 deal with the payment of superannuation benefits, pension benefits that is, to employees in various categories who retire after becoming members of the pension fund plan or who pass away. It requires the authority to establish its own pension plan and so on. Part 5 is financial provisions. and sets out 3 categories of funding for the Revenue Authority. 1, monies appropriated by Parliament. 2, monies paid to the authority by way of fees, fines, and grants, etc. 3, monies borrowed by the authority. Clause 23(2) of the bill mandates that funds of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority shall be kept in such financial institutions as the minister may approve. Clause 23(3) sets out quite an extensive list of expenditure that the funds of the authority may be used for. Clause 24 empowers the authority to borrow with the approval of the minister. Clause 25 empowers the authority to invest monies not immediately required with the approval of the minister. Clause 26 makes provision for all public monies collected by the authority to be paid into the exchequer account as directed by the minister. Clause 27 sets out that the Exchequer and Audit Act shall apply to the authority and that the Director General will be a receiver of revenue. Clause 28 provides for the authority to be exempt from the provisions of the Central Tenders Board Act. Of course, it will come under the soon-to-be fully proclaimed Public Procurement Act. Clause 29 deals with the assets of the authority be exempt from tax. Clause 30 requires the board to prepare strategic and operational plans for submission to the minister, who will submit same to the Parliament. Clause 31 requires the board to submit to the minister 3 months before the commencement of the financial year estimates of the authority's expected income and expenditure. Clause 32 requires the board to keep proper accounts. Clause 33 makes provision for the Auditor General to audit the accounts of the authority. Clause 34 requires the Director General to submit to the board and the minister a monthly report in respect of all revenue collected. And that's just global figures, not individual collections. Clause 35 requires the board to submit an annual report, which will be laid in Parliament. Clause 36 requires members of the board to take the usual oath and affirmation of secrecy. Clause 37 deals with the vesting of property, and Clause 38 is designed to instill a culture of professionalism, honesty, and efficiency in the authority. Places upon both members of the board and other employees a fiduciary duty to act honestly and in good faith with a view to the best interest of the authority. This duty of care is well established and borrows from Section 99(1) of the Companies Act. Clause 39 legally preserves the rights during the transition from divisions of the public service to the authority. Any power, duty, or function vested in the chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue, Control of Customs, shall be transferred to the authority, but in the particular case of enforcement, to the Deputy Director General Enforcement or Public Officer. Clause 40 is just a housekeeping measure and causes a reference in any written law to be made to the Director General, where the Chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. The Chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue or the Control of Customs exist, except in respect of enforcement matters, where that reference to the Chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue or the Control of Customs and Excise will mean the Deputy Director General Enforcement or Public Officer. Clause 42 of the bill abolishes the Board of Inland Revenue, and Clause 41, typical clause, gives the Minister of Finance the power to make regulations, subject, I'm sure Senator Mark will be happy to hear this, the affirmative resolution of Parliament. Clause 42 of the bill permits the Minister to assign any relevant piece of legislation as part of the revenue laws through an amendment to the schedule, which is subject to negative resolution of Parliament. So, Madam President, we've had a long journey with this legislation. It's taken us 11 years, 4 different attempts in the Parliament, and we hope and pray that this bill will find favor with the majority of members in this Senate as it has in the past. This is really needed at this point in time with our very difficult revenue situation and the call on the Treasury for unprecedented expenditure on the health sector in terms of dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic and other calls on the Treasury in terms of providing financial assistance to those affected and so on. I don't think we can continue in the current situation. I think that is well recognized by the majority of rational people, that we cannot continue with our current highly and grossly inefficient system, which lends itself to interference and lends itself to a culture of tax avoidance and punishes those members of the Trinidad and Tobago population who are conscientious, who pay their taxes, and who comply with the customs laws. In the circumstances, Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority and for Related Matters be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President.
Senator Mark, I remind you, you have 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, thank you once again. I want to disappoint from the very outset the sentiments, remarks made by the Honourable Minister of Finance in his contribution earlier. We want to say from the outset, as the alternative government, that when we examine the contents of this bill, it does not, unlike the minister would want us to believe, uphold the rule of law, but essentially undermines and subverts the very rule of law and thereby undermined the structure of our Constitution and the entrenched fundamental human rights and fundamental freedoms of the citizens of our nation. Madam President, it is said that man is a wolf to man, and that a nation of sheep will soon find themselves being governed by a government of wolves. This top-down authoritarian approach to governance must be flatly rejected and completely repudiated by every single democratic and freedom-loving citizen of our country. Madam President, may I say from the outset, it is highly disrespectful, almost bordering on contempt and contumely for the government that is in command of the majority to give this Parliament and this Senate a mere day, one single day, 24 hours to debate a bill that has far-reaching consequences for every citizen of our country. This bill was parachuted, tabled in the Parliament on Friday, in accordance with our standing orders. Saturday and Sunday is not included, as well as the day it was tabled. So Monday, which was yesterday, Madam President, in accordance with our standing orders, we had been given by this government that talks about the rule of law, that talks about the value of democracy, that talks about accountability. They gave to the opposition, they gave to the independent bench, and they give to the citizens of this country 24 hours to discuss a bill of such sweeping significance and constitutional importance. Madam President, no interest group has been consulted on this bill. No stakeholder has been consulted on this new bill that is before us today. Like a thief in the night, we were ambushed by this government, and we are being asked to give this government and to this minister what I call, Madam President, overwhelming power of control over the wealth of our nation. Madam President, how can we agree to give the Minister of Finance the entire treasury to control? How can we agree to that? Where does that exist in the world today? And Madam President, I will show you in my contribution the kind of maneuvering, the kind of surreptitious and deceptive arrangements that the minister sought to advance in order to mamagai and to fool and to mislead, Madam President, or I should say misinform the population as to the real contents of the legislation that is before us today. This bill we have dubbed the Imbert Revenue Authority, or the Imbertian Revenue Authority. It will eventually, Madam President, if ever passed, create in this country a new financial czar who will have an overwhelming presence as it relates to our revenues in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, may I remind you very early in my contribution that 95% of this country's revenues are collected by the Board of Inland Revenue and VAT Administration, as well as the Customs and Excise Division of that Ministry of Finance. 95% of our taxes are collected by those agencies. And this government comes to this Parliament today after being unsuccessful in persuading the country and the opposition of the correctness of its proposal to establish a Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. They have come today, Madam President, gutted and removed the special constitutional majority, and the government has decided that that is the way of getting rid of what they call the obstruction by the opposition to their rule or their attempt Madam President, at seeking to control the revenue stream of our country. Madam President, I would like to look at the following areas in this bill during my presentation. Madam President, the minister has indicated that he is innocent. He has literally limited power in this particular bill that is before us today. But I will show otherwise as I proceed. Madam President, the Constitution of our country states that it is, if any government wishes to alter Section 121, 120, I should say, of our Constitution, you have to refer to Section 54. And Section 54 says, Madam President, that if you want to alter 120, which is a Public Service Commission, the government does not require 3/5 majority. It requires two-thirds majority. But this government, in its brazen and egregious assault on what I would clearly say, Madam President, on our Constitution, has not only removed the 3/5 majority, but they have now brought into being legislation with very intrusive powers being given to the new players under this piece of legislation to be able, Madam President, to deal with what has been dealt with in the past and currently by the Board of Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Department or Division. Madam President, it is trite constitutional principle that the public service should be insulated from political influence. And Madam President, I want you to refer to section or clauses 15, 16, or let me get it, particular clauses, Madam President, so you can follow exactly where I am coming from. Madam President, I refer you to clauses 15, clauses 16, 17, and 18, but more particularly 16, 17, and 18 of the bill before us. Madam President, this is where the government is seeking artificially and superficially to attempt to give us a hybrid situation of the public service and public officers under the rubric of a deputy director general in charge of enforcement being a public officer with some public officers working with him, Madam President, and he has sought to separate that particular office holder from the rest of the entire piece of legislation. But Madam President, the drafters and the fathers of our Constitution recognized that the public service should be insulated from political influence. This is famously known as the Endell-Thomas protection. Both the text of the Constitution as well as supra-constitutional principles which surround the text act in unison to guard, Madam President, against executive overreach within the functions of the public service. Madam President, may I remind this Honorable House that in the famous case of Endel Thomas versus the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, while commenting on the operations of the police service, it was Lord Diplock who opined generally on the importance of insulating the public service, particularly in a political party system. And I want to quote, Madam President, a statement emanating from Lord Diplock's judgment in this Endel Thomas versus the Attorney General. Madam President, and I quote for you and for our colleagues. Lord Diplock said, under a party system of government, such as exists in Trinidad and Tobago, this was in the 1982 judgment, and was expected to exist after independence in other Commonwealth countries whose constitutions follow the Westminster model. Dismissal at pleasure would make it possible to operate what in the United States has at one time became known as the spoils system upon a change of government, and would even enable a government composed of the leaders of the political party that happened to be in power to dismiss all members of the public service who were not members of the ruling party, and prepare to treat the proper performance of their public duties as subordinate to the furtherance of that party's political aims. In the case of an armed police force, with the potentiality for harassment, that such a force possesses the power of summary dismissal, opens up the prospect, Madam President, of converting it into, in effect, Madam President, the function of a private army of the political party that had obtained the majority of seats at the last election. And he goes on to say, Madam President, that the whole purpose of this particular section of our Constitution bears the rubric, the public service. And it says that the public service is to insulate members of the civil service, the teaching service, and the police service in Trinidad and Tobago from political influence exercised directly upon them by the government of the day. Madam President, why is this important to this piece of legislation? The answer is simple, Madam President. The legislation before us today unambiguously gives to the minister the power to appoint key positions of the Revenue Collection Agency. The minister, Madam President, appoints the Director General using the cloak of Parliament with their inbuilt majority to install a person who will be on contract in that so-called TTRA. So the minister appoints that person, Madam President, and the minister comes back to the Parliament to disappoint that person by that person's removal. So that's the first point I want to make about the ministerial overreach into this TTRA. And Madam President, you have to look at the powers of the Director General in the legislation to understand the importance of this office holder. Then the minister is not satisfied with controlling this office holder. He is now, Madam President, responsible for appointing a 9-member board, including putting his permanent secretary onto that board, who is a public officer. But all of them are appointed by the minister, Madam President. The minister, Madam President, is that powerhouse in this respect. So I want us to take note of the power of the minister in this regard. Madam President, while in the Endel Thomas matter, Lord Diplock was warning of the dangers of a police service acting at the behest of the particular political directorate, it is equally dangerous, Madam President, for a revenue authority to become subservient to the dictates of any government. Madam President, if I may let you know that a revenue officer has awesome power, and in many respects has even more power than a police officer. Madam President, a revenue officer can access all of your financial records. They can demand information. They can impose assessments upon you that could cripple your financial and commercial interests. And those persons, Madam President, are going to be influenced by the Minister of Finance. And I want to make it very clear, Madam President, the Minister of Finance did not tell this Parliament the powers that he has over the board. He appoints the board, he directs the board, and he gives the board directions that they must carry out through the General Director General. So he's all over this TTRA. The financial czar is all over the TTRA. But Madam President, not only that, and I want to just bring this point immediately to your attention. This so-called public officer who is in charge of what is called the Enforcement Division of the TTRA. Yes, is a public officer. Of course, you're allowing that person to be appointed by the PSC, Public Service Commission. Yes, you're allowing the SRC, the Salaries Review Commission, to determine that person's terms and conditions of employment, including salary. But you know what, Madam President? Here where the sting lies in the tail, Madam President, and the minister, for some strange reason, did not tell you and did not tell the Parliament and the country about this hidden power, which is very clear and open. Madam President, I refer you to clause 14, subsection 4, subsection 5 rather, and we deal with the following. Madam President, I read for the record. In the performance of his functions under subsection 1A, the Director General is subject to the general directions of the board. The board, who is appointed by the Minister of Finance, is now directing the Director General, who is appointed by the Minister. So the Minister is in charge. He's large and about, Madam President. In subsection B, it says, the Director General is subject to the general policy directions of the Minister. So, Madam President, not only is this Director General a puppet of the board that is appointed by the Minister, but the Minister now comes in and gives to the Director directions and instructions to carry out responsibilities of the Minister. It goes on in subsection 2A, in C, to say, Madam President, and this one is where I want to take note. The Deputy Director General of Enforcement, this public servant that's supposed to be independent and supposed to be directed by the Public Service Commission and appointed by the Public Service Commission, Madam President, hear what goes on here in C. This independent office holder is now subject to the general directions of the board, which will be communicated to him through the Director General. Madam President, so the independent public officer is now being directed by political appointees on a board that is directed by the Minister of Finance, that is appointed by the Minister of Finance, that is paid by the Minister of Finance. And you are telling this country that there's independence in the office of the Deputy Director in charge of enforcement? Who is the minister fooling, Madam President? Madam President, this is a recipe for large-scale corruption, nepotism in our nation. And we cannot support this. Madam President, not only that, it becomes curious. It's like Alice in Wonderland. When you go to D, Madam President, it says, the Deputy Director General of Enforcement is subject to the general policy directions of the minister, which shall be communicated to him through the Director General, Madam President. So the minister is using the board to control this independent office holder who is a Director General with responsibility for enforcement that is supposed to be insulated and protected from political influences coming from the political directorate. And the minister is now giving directions to that person to carry out certain policies. Madam President, this bill is unconstitutional. It is illegal. It is unlawful. It is going to put the private, confidential, and sensitive details of your information that you submit to the Board of Inland Revenue, to the VAT Office, to the Customs and Excise Division, Madam President. It is going to put all that information into the hands of the political directorate of this country. And then they will now be able to, if I may use the word macro, Madam President, the files of every single individual and company in Trinidad and Tobago. We do not live in a totalitarian state. This is not a fascist state. We live in a democratic country, Madam President. Madam President, I looked at Jamaica Revenue Authority. I looked at the Mauritius Revenue Authority. I looked at the Singaporean Revenue Authority. And Madam President, the Governor General is involved in the appointment of the CEO, which we had in the first bill, which is now called the Director General. The Director General is appointed by the Public Service Commission in Singapore. The minister has no role in that. But in Trinidad and Tobago, the financial czar wants to have control over the Director General, Madam President. How can we support this serious incursion into people's private business? Madam President, we do not live in a Gestapo-type country. We call on the government to withdraw this bill. I want to give, not like Abu Bakr, any warning, or I'm not making any threats today, but I am simply advising the government, Madam President, that the day this bill is passed in this house and in the other house, the next day it will be taken to the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, and it will go right up to the Privy Council for determination. This is unconstitutional. We will not support this bill, and this bill is putting too much power into the hands of a political directorate, Madam President. Madam President, may I go on and share with you that in Section 7 of the bill, it gives to the minister the power, as I said earlier, to appoint a board of management. That board will be a purely political board. Madam President, the question that we must ask, Are we prepared to have a political board in charge of the policy which governs the collection of taxes and revenues in our country? Madam President, do you know that if our annual collection of revenues amount to $40 billion, you know 35 billion of those dollars are collected by the VAT Office, the Board of Inland Revenue, and the Customs and Excise Department? Do you know that those monies are protected and safeguarded because of the independence of those office holders, because they are insulated from political influences from the political directorate? Madam President, what will happen to our $35 billion when you put it into the hands of a private contracted officer known as a Director General? He's not a public officer. He's a contract worker, and he's under the appointment of a minister of government. What will happen, Madam President? What do you think will happen? And then, as I said, the minister tries to pacify the Endell Thomas principles by confining the information which a board can receive and other incidental issues, Madam President. This, of course, offers little comfort. A board of management can use the power ascribed to it to abuse its position and influence the entire revenue authority. Madam President, for instance, the board is given management powers to treat with the human resources of the authority. That board places the entire authority subservient to the board. And while we may say, Madam President, that the statute limits the information going to the board, when one of these political appointees demands certain information from an employee whose career and employment may be dependent upon the policies of the Board of Management, then the risk of compromise becomes clear and flagrant. Madam President, the appointment of the Director General by the Minister, subject to affirmative resolution, is a complete decimation of the constitutional protection against executive overreach. It is an abrasive assault on the insulation of the public service and a usurpation of power which is unprecedented. Madam President, the government seems to have no regard to constitutional norms and values. Tax assessment and collection are core public service functions. The executive is meant to decide taxation policy and law. Enforcement and assessment should be left to an independent public commission through its public officers. How can you say that a board of management or the Director General is independent when in fact that office holder is beholden to a minister for his appointment? Why not let the Public Service Commission appoint these officers in question, like the Director General? Madam President, I remain on this item of 18. I go back to 18 of this bill. And Madam President, what do we see in 18? Oh, let's go to, yes, 18, clause 18. Madam President, we have employed in the Board of Inland Revenue, the VAT Office, and the Customs and Excise Division, some 2,175 workers. What is to happen to those workers, Madam President? I'll tell you what is to happen. They are going to be retrenched. They are going to be dismissed. They are going to be fired. Their families are going to be on the breadline. And this government intends to recruit their own party faithfuls to take charge of the Revenue Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. This will become a PNM party group, Madam President, because of the fact that the workers who are being employed by the authority has no tenure of security or security of tenure as the public officer. All of them will be on contract, fixed contracts for maybe 2 years, Madam President, or maybe 3 years. And if you do not jump to the drumbeat of the minister, Madam President, what do you think will happen? Out the door you go. There will be no continuity in terms of institutional building because the Director General, he is there for at least 5 years or less. The rest of them on the board for 3 years. And then they keep rolling and rotating or getting rid of those people, Madam President. So what will happen at the end of the day? He who pays the piper calls the tune. So they are going to decimate. The hatred for the trade union movement is clearly manifested in this bill. There is no provision for successorship. Imagine the PSA, the Public Services Association, since independence, have been representing civil servants,
Senator
public
Mark,
officers,
you have 5 more minutes.
in the Board of Inland Revenue, in the Customs and Excise Department, later on in the VAT Office. And this shameless, evil, wicked PNM government, Madam President.
All right, Senator Mark, I
Madam?
have allowed you to make your contribution without interruption, but your hyperbole is just, you need to watch it.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this government intends to decimate the Public Services Association, the National Union of Government and Federated Workers. Madam President, there is sufficient precedent if this government was interested in the trade union movement and they had any respect for the workers represented by the trade union movement to ensure that there would have been successorship. Madam President, successorship was obtained when the NHA was converted to the HDC. You could go in the legislation and see where the PSA and the NUGFW continue to represent their members. When you go to the Civil Aviation Authority, it is the same process, continuity and successorship. When you go to the Postal Services of Trinidad and Tobago, there's continuity and successorship. When you go to the RHAs, there's continuity and successorship. But when it comes to the Revenue Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, it is almost castration, Madam President. It is almost excision. It is almost slaughter. They have cut off completely and removed the Public Services Association and the NUGFW from representing those workers that they have been representing since 1962. What kind of government would want to do that, Madam President? That is hatred for the working class. It is hatred for the workers and the trade union movement. And you want to tell me that this bill that you have brought here is legitimate? Is constitutional? Madam President, this bill that is before us is Machiavellian in form and any fashion you can think about. It essentially represents the privatization through outsourcing of the wealth of this nation to a bunch of politically inspired and appointed kleptocrats and modern-day carpetbaggers. That is what this bill is about. And we cannot, Madam President, support this bill. We have been consistent This is the fourth incarnation of this bill, and we have been consistent from 2010 opposing the privatization through outsourcing of the revenues of this country to any statutory corporation or body. We have not been in support of that. We will never be in support of that. And we call on the government to withdraw this bill. We warn them, if they pursue this bill in its current form, I am telling this country and the government of this country that this bill, when it becomes an act, will be taken to the High Courts, up to the Privy Council, because we are convinced it is unconstitutional, it is illegal, it is unlawful, it is null and void. And therefore, we call on the government to withdraw this bill today, Madam President. Madam President, how many seconds I have again? 1 more minute. Madam President, in closing, I want to make it very clear that we do not support this bill. It is flawed legislation. This is what you call flawed legislation. And the Attorney General in March of 2020 issued a statement via his office, literally recognizing the need for the 3/5 majority. So we want to ask the Attorney General, what has changed? You recognize the importance of the 3/5 on March the 9th, 2020 through a release. What has changed? Nothing, Madam President. Nothing has changed. If anything, the current bill is more draconian than the last one. This is nothing more, Madam President. In closing,
Senator Mark, your time has expired.
thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator C. Prasad. Senator C. Prasad, you too have 40 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the bill and act to establish the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority and Related Matters 2021. The bill before us seeks to merge the Board of Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Division into one organization or business entity called the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. The Revenue Authority has morphed over time and has come to Parliament on several occasions since 2003 and failed. In April 2009, the then Minister of Finance stated it was critical that this new and more efficient authority be established. The sitting Minister of Finance explained in the 2017 mid-year budget review that the government now seeks to focus on revenue collection and boost efforts to improve tax administration and compliance. He said this will be done with the help of a revenue authority. Successful passage of the Revenue Authority bill in the past was dependent on a special majority approval in the Parliament. The government is indicating that this bill does not now require a special majority, but will achieve the same objectives and results as initially envisaged. Madam President, this is perplexing. In the distributed revenue systems as now exists, decision-making is convoluted and can take years for resolution. The centralization of management of the various revenue collection entities invariably means decision-making will filter from the field to management, and the delays in the processes will not significantly improve the implementation of taxation initiatives nor positively impact the revenue collection process without appropriate systems and personnel. Nevertheless, Madam President, it is critical that we improve tax collection in Trinidad and Tobago by widening the tax net and ensuring improved tax collection and compliance by all citizens. While the government is ultimately responsible for tax compliance, every citizen is impacted when businesses, professionals, employees, or any other group evades taxes. The definition of taxation includes corporate and personal taxes, duties and import taxes on all imports and local production. Businesses and individuals who evade legitimate taxes due operate with an unfair and illegal advantage to those who are tax compliant. The strong enforcement of the collection of the appropriate taxes and duties is a critical component in Trinidad and Tobago's tax collection infrastructure. However, can a revenue authority where existing personnel is deployed or redeployed produce the desired result? Clearly, the work ethics in these organizations cannot continue in its present form. Training and retraining of vital skills in technology and customer service are essential if any gains are to be realized. Tax evasion, as already mentioned, is a major problem, and the statistics obtained from a study by Dr. Carl Theodore and colleagues in 2015 and 2016 estimated tax evasion to be between 12 billion and 15 billion per year, broken down as follows: corporation taxes, 5.1 billion to 6.6 billion. Income taxes, $5 billion to $6 billion. VAT, $1.9 billion to $2.4 billion. In the second quarter of 2019, IMF tax experts estimated that the VAT compliance gap was about 5% of GDP, or $8 billion annually. This is because of inadequate assessment of taxpayers who are obligated to pay VAT. In December 2019, during the demonetization of the old $100 paper bill to the new polymer banknote, 2 commercial banks reported in 2 days customers converted $270 million of the old $100 paper bills. This shows that beyond the proceeds of crime, there's a significant amount of cash circulating outside the formal sectors and is an indication of the extent to which the tax burden is not shared equitably. Madam President, the bane of taxation and revenue collection is the inadequacy of assessment and the mechanism of collection. Government must improve the collection mechanism of all taxes. The tax burden must be borne by all, and the tax net must seek to encompass at least 80% of the taxable population. If the revenue collecting agencies can collect 50% more of what is not now collected in corporation tax, personal income tax, VAT, petroleum profit tax, and customs duties, government revenue can increase by as much as $3 to $5 billion annually. Clauses 5 and 6. The objective of the Revenue Authority is to modernize the outdated revenue collection system to achieve a quantum leap in the performance of revenue collection by the respective agencies. Tax leakage and tax avoidance are widespread, as I said before, resulting in the loss of billions of dollars to the Treasury. The general shortfall in revenue collection is believed to be due to a major problem problem, which continues to be the long-standing weaknesses of our tax administration in both Customs and Excise Division and the Board of Inland Revenue. The project's objectives attributed to the BIR in this process includes the establishment of a risk management function to facilitate the identification, analysis, evaluation, and treatment of all types of risk that is a threat to the achievement of the BIR's mission. Establishment of a process management function to establish a system to manage processes and procedures within the division. The provision of e-services to implement an electronic system to facilitate the electronic filing of tax returns, electronic payments, online taxpayer registration, and the provision of general information. 3, the establishment of an inspection internal affairs unit to strengthen the division's investigative capacity. 4, establishment of a communications unit to improve the communication between the Board of Inland Revenue and its internal and external stakeholders. 5, establishment of a performance management system for all operations of the BIR to measure the achievements of its operations against established performance standards. The development and implementation of a database for the storage and processing of lands and building taxes data, the computerization of this land and building taxes, improve the records management systems for tax returns to implement a records management system for tax returns for all types of taxes with improved security features, retrieval, and filing facilities. 6, establishment of the system review function to determine whether the processes and the products of the integrated tax processing system satisfy the requirements of the BIR and to verify the accuracy of the rules and configuration of the system. 7, establishment of an operational policy function to implement, disseminate, and manage a database of tax and non-tax related policies within the BIR. Madam President, the over-the-counter quality of service provided to the public is not highlighted in these initiatives. It is no secret that customer service training and possibly retraining is needed. Civil servants interacting and interfacing with citizens seeking over-the-counter services is inexplicably demoralizing. The practice of service by most public personnel is at best poor to mediocre. It seems that the terms of engagement and training have not prepared them to have superior customer service, and therefore proper guidance and leadership is crucial. The Caribbean Regional Technical Center, CARTAC, described Trinidad and Tobago's tax collection system as inefficient and recommended the creation of a revenue authority. One of the biggest problems identified was the inability to recruit, train, and compensate staff, causing numerous vacancies. Currently, at the Board of Inland Revenue, 50% of positions are vacant. The ugly menace of alleged corruption continues in the Board of Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise Division. Will the organizational centralization of these entities curb this scourge? The Public Service Commission is the recruiting body, and the Chief Personnel Officer is responsible for setting the terms and conditions of employment in the public service. Persons apply for jobs in the public service and do not even get an acknowledgement, interview, or any indication that their application is receiving attention. This system needs significant work. In contrast, the TTRA will be able to recruit, train, and adequately compensate staff, as outlined in Part 4 of the bill. This provision is one of the most important aspects of the bill because without the right personnel, nothing gets done. There are also several laws such as Explain Your Wealth, Civil Asset Forfeiture, non-profit organizations, transparency and beneficial ownership, which will also assist in discovery of and penalizing persons with unexplained income. At the end of the day, the ultimate objective of creating an efficient and effective tax revenue collection system is to optimize tax revenue so that all Trinidad and Tobago citizens can enjoy efficient and functioning social services and public utilities and a reasonable quality of living, including safety, health, education, water, power, and roads, to name a few. Therefore, if a central revenue authority can help in this objective in a meaningful and significant way, then it is imperative that the methods of recruitment and the employment terms and conditions of affected personnel be amended accordingly. Further, since the authority is essentially a financial organization dealing with numerous transactions and financial resources, adequate checks and balances must be implemented to safeguard the revenues collected from and on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. This can only be achieved by recruiting and appointing key ethical personnel with strong business and financial training and experience. Clauses 7 to 14. Madam President, the Board of Management, Director General, and all Deputy Directors General, except the Deputy Director General Enforcement of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, are to be appointed by the Minister. This means that the government exercises significant control over the new entity. In effect, the Revenue Authority would be an arm of the Ministry of Finance. It must be noted that there's a worldwide trend towards the divestment by governments of functions previously carried on by them, either directly or indirectly, and lending themselves to commercial, non-governmental operation in the interest of efficiency, economy, and transparency. This trend apparently is not applicable in this case. Also, the government, through the corporation sole, continues to be involved in several businesses. I strongly believe that the management board, the management, and staff must be independent and free from government control and influence. This must be reflected in the governance structure of the TTRA. I suggest the following. 1. The Board of Management should be appointed by the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. 2. 2 independent ethical persons from the business sector should be selected to sit on the board, Clause 7, 2G. 3. The Director General and all Deputy Directors General should be appointed by the Board of Management. The Director General will report to the Management Board, who will be responsible for evaluating the incumbent's performance. The performance of the Deputy Directors General would be evaluated jointly by the Management Board and the Director General. Clause 18. In 2009, the Finance Minister said in part that the intention is not to put 2,175 persons on the breadline, but to find mechanisms to filter across and to allow the best people to be employed in the new dispensation to fit the new jobs which are being built in this new situation. My understanding of the bill before us is that this sentiment is still policy. All persons in the Board of Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise Department can, within 3 months of the date of assent of this bill, exercise the option to either voluntarily retire from the public service, transfer to the TTRA with the approval of the Public Service Commission, or remain in the public service. Persons who transfer to the TTRA will have their superannuation benefits preserved. Madam President, I'm familiar with the organizational restructuring and the work required to achieve a seamless transition, especially with the natural resistance to change by affected personnel. In such an undertaking, a change agent or agents with the requisite skills and track record is essential to ensure that agreed objectives are measurable, achievable, and realistic. Most failures in organizational transformation are due to the inadequate communication of objectives and the engagement of all players in the stream of performance and delivery. Other issues. 1. Customs and excise processes. Many of the processes in customs and excise tax collection are done at the discretion of the officer on duty at the time. This remains a challenge. Information technology systems must be implemented to remove discretion. 2. Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. A strong taxpayers' Bill of Rights is required to protect citizens and businesses and ensure that the government complies with the law. We do not want to have the current situation of overdue VAT refunds continue. Tax-compliant VAT-registered organizations are placed at a significant disadvantage to those who are not compliant. Compliant organizations have provided the government with interest-free loans for years. Non-compliant organizations, on the other hand, had access to the unpaid VAT to build their businesses. 3. VAT returns issue. Total VAT collected must not be commingled with other taxation income. This is what caused the current issue of long outstanding VAT refunds since the government used these funds to finance its expenditure. A certain percentage of VAT collected must be refunded. A transparent process to evaluate how much VAT collected must be refunded should be developed so that it is known how much of the VAT collected can be retained by the government. Madam President, a new or restructured organizational structure alone is not enough to cause any significant dent in the problem of tax evasion and collection. Well-conceived intelligence gathering, field auditing, and adequate and competent personnel with modern digital systems are also critically important. Yet, as the IRS in the United States has discovered, there will always be a subset of citizens manipulating and beating the system. The minister should provide the Senate with measurable objectives, targets, and guidelines so that efficiency and performance are transparent. Madam President, I thank you.
Minister of Public Administration. Minister, may I remind you and all of the speakers after you that you have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important debate. Madam President, I think we can all agree that nobody wants to pay taxes. However, at the same time, we all would like, and many of us loudly demand, a range of services and better and improved services from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, including public education, public health, national security, public utilities, transportation, drainage, a strong social security network, public assistance when adversity strikes, carnival, sporting facilities, support for our sportsmen, support for our artists, and so on. There's a wide range of demands placed on the government of Trinidad and Tobago. The advent of COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized again the responsibility of government to provide for its citizens, especially those who are vulnerable and disadvantaged, and to be able to prepare for emergencies and crises. We are all aware of the demands on the government to do more and more as a result of the dislocations caused by COVID-19. So, we place a plethora of demands at the feet of the government, but yet some of us challenge the government at every turn when it seeks to fund these myriad of expenses. What are the sources of funding available to the government? Taxes, loans, the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, which in the case of Trinidad and Tobago is a fillip that most countries do not have, but we have the advantage of having this additional access to funding. But loans have a cost in the form of interest, and the more we borrow is the more the cost of that interest digs into our ongoing expenses. We need to try to preserve as much of the HSF as we can to allow it to fulfill the H aspect of its raison d'etre, which means the heritage aspect, which will allow for the protection of future generations. In light of that, it is absolutely imperative for us to collect taxes to keep Trinidad and Tobago running and to turn it into the kind of place where we are all happy to live. No one can dispute, one, that our tax collection and enforcement system needs significant improvement, both on the income and consumption side, which falls under the current Board of Inland Revenue, and on the customs duty side, which falls under customs and excise. Similarly, no one can dispute that governments need funds to finance its activities, and that more taxes are required than are currently being collected. So, what are the options available to the government? It can impose more taxes on persons by increasing the tax rate, for example, but what that is likely to result in is a greater impact and burden being placed on people who are already compliant. The other option is to collect the right amount of tax from everybody from whom taxes are due. Studies done on the basis of our current tax system have identified, and Senator Sipasad referred to some of these, that significant gaps exist between the taxes that are due to the government and what is currently being collected. While some persons may discount the accuracy of the study undertaken by a team at the University of the West Indies, which identified that the tax gap on the income side was in the double-digit million-dollar range, it is more difficult to dismiss the IMF report of 2017 that the VAT gap based on inadequate administration of that tax is approximately $2 billion per year. So if the gap on a tax which is designed to be self-policing, which the VAT system is that significant, it actually lends credence to the local report on the income tax gap. Also lending credence to that report is a report prepared by foreign consultants hired by the GORT in the previous term that reveals the significant gaps in terms of energy taxes. So if there is that much tax left on the table, the issue of whether we should be increasing taxes currently due or becoming more efficient in tax collection so that everyone contributes is really a no-brainer. Hence the TTRA. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to fix the tax system based on three principles, what I call the 3 E's. Effectiveness, that is making sure that the country receives the right amount of revenue that is required to provide the best quality of life and standard of living to its citizens. Equity, that is making sure that every person, including companies, the self-employed, the professionals, pay his, her, or its fair share of taxes. And 3, efficiency, making sure that the payment of taxes is made as easy as possible. The purpose of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority is to help find the right balance among those 3 factors. So, why a revenue authority? People have asked from time to time. At last count, according to the OECD, there are more than 60 revenue authorities throughout the world, 3 of them within CARICOM. The efforts of successful governments, 1, the NAR, 2, UNC, and at least 3 PNM governments, have not yielded fruit in terms of increased transparent collection of taxes, despite decades of trying to fix what we currently have. So we have tried for 3 decades to fix what we have. It has not worked for any extended period. We have tinkered around the edges and have seen some improvement in some places, but these improvements have more often than not been short-lived. There has not been the systemic improvements that are necessary as more demands are made on the government. Some of you may be aware that I started my career in the Inland Revenue Division and was part of the team that was set up to establish the VAT system. Madam President, the work was exciting, innovative, and creative. We set up a good system. For some years, VAT existed almost parallel to the IRD, and it functioned well. It was when the VAT administration was fully integrated into the weak tax administration system that, rather than VAT serving as a center of excellence which encouraged change in the IRD, the culture of the IRD infiltrated the VAT administration, and now we see the result. The new institution will lay the foundation for greater accountability, transparency, discipline, and compliance. So, Madam President, what are some of the issues that have been raised against the establishment of TTRA? Questions are being placed on whether or not we are giving the Minister of Finance too much power in terms of appointment of the board and appointment of the Director General. One needs to understand the powers of the board to be able to satisfy oneself that the board is not going to be this entity that will get involved in the financial affairs of individuals and seek to create mayhem and, according to Senator Mark, macro the information that people submit to the Board of Inland Revenue. Section 8 of the Act clearly outlines the powers and responsibilities of the board. The board is responsible for formulating, approving, and ensuring implementation of management policies in relation to several matters. They will, that is it. They monitor management policies. They will monitor the performance, finance, HR, strategic plans, budget, annual report, and internal audit operations. This management of these extraneous but important areas by the board leaves the CEO of the organization to focus on the technical aspects of collecting taxes and raising assessments and doing audits and conducting objections. At the moment, the CEO of the board, the Chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue, and the Controller of Customs are charged with the responsibility of ensuring the operations of these two organizations. So they have to involve themselves in how things function, whether the air conditioning unit is working, whether they have enough staff, whether they are receiving releases so that they can finance various things. When we move those issues away from them and place it in the hands of the board, then the CEO of the organization remains free to focus on his sole duty, which is the efficient administration of the tax system. The Act clearly indicates that the board has no power to give specific directions to the Director General or the employees. They have no access to information on individual taxpayers, and they have no information to access to information or documents on legal matters. So they are clearly divorced from the tax administration operation, and it remains the sole purview, that remains the sole purview of the technical officers. So that there's no attempt by the Minister of Finance of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to get access to people's personal financial information. The Act makes that very clear. So under the provisions of the legislation, we have limitation of access to information, we have protection of the taxpayer, we have protection of the Director General, and we have protection of the employees. The legislation provides all these things. Another complaint that we have heard is that the Act, the system of appointment of the Director General by the Minister of Finance is something that can compromise the integrity of the collection agency. But I will remind this House, Madam President, that this appointment of the Director General is subject to affirmative resolution, and therefore the government will have to come before the Parliament and explain and justify its choice. This creates transparency and provides protection. Another huge issue that keeps coming up, despite the fact that we have put guarantees in black and white in the legislation, is the fact that workers are at risk, there's no job security, everyone will lose their jobs and have to reapply, only P&M people will get positions in the authority, there will be short-term contracts and people will be sent home at will, thousands of people are on the breadline. There's nothing that is further from the truth, Madam President. Section 18 of the Act clearly sets out the protection that is there for the employees. It places in the hands of each employee the decision of whether he chooses to stay with the revenue collection activity and therefore become an employee of the TTRA, or to remain in the public service, in which case a position will be found for him that is commensurate with his qualifications and terms. So the employee is protected by the legislation. He will not be fired. The legislation makes that clear. What we propose to do under the TTRA, which will work for the benefit of the employee on the other hand, is to create things that don't currently exist. We are creating work rules. We have actually drafted work rules already in the process of preparing for the implementation of the TTRA legislation. So proper work rules which are transparent, which the employee can rely on for protection from an unreasonable supervisor or some such. We will train the employees in terms of public service and customer service and training in general. One of the things that distressed me when I started looking at the operations of Inland Revenue more closely is that the training unit at the Board of Inland Revenue, which used to be second to none in the Caribbean, and people used to come from all over the Caribbean to take part in the training provided by the Board of Inland Revenue, that training unit was closed down, decimated, and therefore the training that individuals need to continue to grow and develop and deal with challenges by well-educated, well-trained taxpayers and their agents was taken away. That we are proposing to address. Remuneration, we are proposing to address as well, because we have to ensure if we want to retain these people with specialist skills that we remunerate them properly. Issues of promotion on the basis of seniority will also have to be addressed. People need to feel that if I work hard, I will be rewarded, and I will not have to wait years because there's somebody ahead of me who may not be operating in the same professional manner that I operate, but is entitled to move ahead of me because he or she was there longer. That is something that we hope to change. But those things are for the benefit of the individuals and the organization. The individuals, as I say, their jobs are protected. It is written in black and white in the law. And their jobs are secure. It is up to them to decide whether they stay or whether they go. Madam President, the Inland Revenue prepares annual reports, and in those annual reports, it indicates what its performance has been, what is left to be done, where the shortfalls are. In the last two annual reports that I saw, the Inland Revenue declared arrears of income, that is taxes due but not collected, in the amount of $11 billion. So that clearly demonstrates that there are inefficiencies which have to be addressed. Trinidad and Tobago cannot keep borrowing money and incurring millions of dollars in interest when there are taxes that are there to be collected from people who are earning incomes and benefiting from all the services that the government provides. We need to close that gap, reduce the level of costs that we bear in interest, which at the moment, if memory serves, is 20% of our expenditure, so that we can use that additional tax income and the money that's freed up from a lower interest cost to serve more of the needs of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Improvement in the tax collection is critical. Something that demonstrated that Trinidad and Tobago needs to make itself more liquid is this whole COVID pandemic, which we have been dealing with for the last year and a half. The strain that has put on our budget is astronomical. It was unplanned, it was uncatered for, and it demonstrated to us that we need to be more self-sufficient in terms of how we secure our financing so that we can step in if and when, heaven forbid, things like this happen in the future. One of the things we did in designing the TTRA and determining that, yes, this is the best option for Trinidad and Tobago, was looked at the performance of other TTRAs, especially in the region, because people often challenge our approach in comparing ourselves with other countries that are very different from us. So I will restrict my review of the comparison of Trinidad and Tobago with that of other tax jurisdictions within the region. When we look at the tax collected in Trinidad and Tobago as a percentage of GDP and compare that with what occurred in neighboring jurisdictions, the statistics are appalling. We compared our situation with what we call the more developed countries in the region. That would be Guyana, Barbados, and Jamaica. And we are at the bottom of the list when it comes to our collection of tax as a percentage of GDP. In Barbados, and I will mention, this is important to note, that all of these more developed countries, with the exception of Trinidad and Tobago, only have introduced revenue authorities. Jamaica has had one for a lot longer than we have, but they all have revenue authorities. Tax collection as a percentage of GDP in Barbados in 2017 was 31.8%. In Jamaica, 27.3%. In Guyana, in 2017, it was 26.2%. In Trinidad and Tobago, it was a disappointing 22.2%. And I will mention that the Guyana statistic is probably a lot higher because since the introduction of their revenue authority and the appointment of a very vibrant Director General, their revenue collection has significantly increased. So the statistics that I got from the Guyana Revenue Authority for the last 4 years is as follows. Tax collection in 2016 was $151 billion. It jumped by $20 billion in 2017 to $171 billion. In 2018, it jumped again from 171 to 198 billion. And in 2019, it jumped yet again to $225 billion. And, Madam President, when I spoke to the then Director General, what he indicated to me was that these jumps was not as a result of the heightening of economic activity in Guyana. It was largely as a result of the efforts of the Revenue Authority and the increasing efficiency in administration of taxes. So that if we can have anywhere close to this kind of success in Trinidad and Tobago on the introduction of a Revenue Authority, Trinidad and Tobago will be well served. So, Madam President, I don't see a basis for us, any of us, genuinely concluding that a Revenue Authority is not needed and that it does not provide us with an opportunity to significantly improve the performance of tax collection, customs activity, and border control. What we are trying to do is create an organization that is agile and responsive, that is well-trained, that is well-staffed, by staff that are properly motivated and remunerated so that they can serve the interests of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, this, in my view, is the only viable option for us to move forward as a stronger society, being able to finance independently the many expenses placed on the government of Trinidad and Tobago. In the circumstances, Madam President, I really urge my colleagues in this place to support this legislation. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Lachmidial.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very important debate today, Madam President. I think it is very disappointing that we must begin this new session of the 12th Parliament with such an unpleasant business, where the government has once again come here to show disrespect and I think almost contempt for the Constitution, the supreme law of our land, and that they are abusing parliamentary process by removing special majority clauses which have featured in 3 different iterations of this same bill. Prior incarnations of this bill all had the special majority clause, and I have not heard a single reasonable justification or scrap of logic emanating from the government bench that could justify this most appalling and atrocious assault on our democracy here today. This fallacy of an insulated division within this political party group that the government is proposing through this bill takes this argument no further. Neither does it reference to some legal opinion from eminent counsel. This reminds me of, sometimes you're liming on a beach and somebody's trying to convince you of something and they tell you, well, I have a partner who's a lawyer that says so. That is what we are being told here today. Some lawyer has told them that this will fly, that this creation of a public servant in the form of a Deputy Director General, who is still under the control, to some extent, of the Director General and a board that is politically appointed, somehow makes it okay to remove the special majority from this legislation. Madam President, if the minister was serious about bringing a constitutionally proper bill, all of the legal opinions would have been made public, including legal opinions and advice from the CPC and others as far back as 2010, which addressed the need to have a special majority in the 3 previous incarnations of this bill. But we have not seen that. We are told now that there's a legal opinion that says the creation of this post of Deputy Director General Enforcement makes it okay to ram this bill down the throat of the population without any support from the opposition. This is a bill which interferes with citizens' right to the enjoyment of property. It authorizes and empowers persons to exercise the important function of revenue collection and vests in individuals power and authority to access personal information, to examine the books and records of every business that operates in this country legally, and so on. Well, to add insult to injury, we've also been given the bill on a Friday and asked to debate it on Tuesday morning. As I said again, proud the government seems that they have come here without any regard whatsoever to the views of the opposition or independent bench. They have come here to pass this today and they do not care what anyone thinks. They are unleashing one installment of tax, and more tax on the population, the only plan that they have come up with in the past 6 years. Madam President, this bill will decimate an entire portion of our public service. The men and women appointed to positions established under the civil service regulations are being effectively removed from positions where they are shielded from political pressure and the treacherous intentions which we know politicians can possess. This bill will no longer allow our civil servants to carry out important function of revenue collection on behalf of the state in a manner that is free and fair and free from fear of political backlash or interference. Civil servants in this country, including those employed at BIR and Customs and Excise Division, are the buffers between the ordinary citizens of this country and the political directorate who may have nefarious intentions. What this bill does is remove that layer of protection between the politician and the taxpayer. Madam President, I read with some amusement the contribution of the Honourable Minister of Finance on the 10th of March 2020, when the 2019 incarnation of this bill was being debated in this said Honourable House. And in speaking about the number of vacancies, which I know was raised again today in the debate, which were existing in both BIR and Customs, the Minister says, the way our Constitution is structured, that the Service Commission is an independent body and we cannot tell it what to do. We could only ask, we could only urge, we could only cajole, we could only beg, but we can't, and it's on the Hansard CYAR, we can't tell them what to do. And he went on, every year we put aside an annual appropriation for the filling of vacancies in these critical revenue departments. We can't fill them because it is not up to us. Well, Madam President, through you, I want to tell the Honourable Minister, the fact that he can't fill those positions with who he wants or remove from that position who he wants, if they do not do as they are instructed, is exactly why we ought to maintain the current structure of and the protections created by our Constitution via the service commissions, so that the fairness and equity and the absence of political colouring will be maintained throughout the process of revenue collection. Madam President, I know my colleague Senator Mark has spent some time on Lord Diplock's judgment in Endell Thomas, where he explained the importance of service commissions in ensuring that we do not operate the spoil system, where upon a change of government, there would be a change to many persons who operate within the public service and are carrying out public functions. This is exactly what the proliferation of contract employment has caused in Trinidad and Tobago. From top to bottom, what you end up with when you create contract positions are persons carrying out public functions who must either dance to the beat of the drum played by the political party in power or risk, as we say in the local parlance, risk getting your throat bust. Lord Diplock warned us about the executive being able to exercise powers of summary dismissal over police officers and the creation of the private army. Well, removing employees of BIR and Customs from under the purview of the Public Service Commission, this government is creating a private tax army. This is not the TTRA, Madam President. This is the PPTA, PNM Private Tax Army. That is what this bill is about, because the PNM has declared war on citizens of this country, and their battle cry, published yesterday in the newspaper, the time to tax is now. So they want to run everybody down in this country for taxes, and they want to enforce those taxes, and they want to ensure that they have so much control over the rolling out of all these taxes, including this new, well, not new, but including this property tax that they intend to implement now. And they want to have so much control over that process that they must bring this TTRA into effect, where there is so much political opportunity for political interference and control. Now, when people have lost considerable income due to the pandemic, the government is moving full speed ahead to tax your assets. When you expect to hear plans about stimulating economic growth or diversifying the economy, rescuing what is left of our energy sector, or dealing with unemployment, we only hear about tax, and more tax. And that is why this bill is brought here today. So the bill is about two things: facilitating the government's ability to get its hands deeper into the pocket of the taxpayer, and to ensure that it can do so selectively, arbitrarily, and unfairly by controlling a board of this private tax army and the Director General appointed by the minister. In this proposed structure, the politically appointed Board of Management controls the hiring of staff. It is right there in Clause 16. This would include persons who would conduct audits, monitor the books and records of every taxpayer to check for compliance. The staff who the politically appointed board would hire would deal with the objections raised by the taxpayer. And you have the Director General, who would essentially be a superpower of sorts, a combination of what we now have as the Comptroller of Customs and Excise and the Chairman of BIR rolled into one. That person is also going to be appointed by the minister. And yes, we hear about, there will be notification and affirmative resolution, which the government will, of course, pass with their majority. That changes nothing except the opposition will get a chance to talk about it for how much ever time they give us to talk, because that's where we have reached now, where the opposition's opportunity to even speak on matters when it comes to the Parliament is controlled by the government. So, Madam President, it is important for us to understand in this regime the types of powers exercised by BIR and Customs, which would now be vested in the private tax army. When you look at this simple little bill and this mere 42 clauses, it looks so benign and non-threatening. But it impacts on a host of other laws, including proceeds of crime and FIU, where the Director General will now be the law enforcement agency who will receive intelligence reports and has the power to order that they be investigated or not. The Director General appointed by the minister will, for example, get a report from the FIU in his hand that says, we have detected suspicious transactions related to the movement of funds that could be linked to tax evasion by Mr. X. And Mr. X could be someone who is diametrically opposed to the ruling political party, or he could be a financier of that political party. And that Director General, appointed on contract by the minister, approaching the time where he may be eligible for reappointment, must decide whether he should pass this on for investigation or dump it in a bin. This is the power that the political directorate will be allowed to wield under this piece of legislation. I want to draw specific attention to Clause 14.5b, where as it relates to the enforcement of revenue laws by way of civil proceedings, the Director General is subject to the general policy directions of the minister. So the minister will have you believe that all the coercive powers that are currently enjoyed by Customs and BIR are now going to be vested in this public servant in the form of the Deputy Director General of Enforcement. But civil proceedings, Madam President, if you decide at the direction of the minister, this TTRA, PNM Private Tax Army, PPTA, decides to commence civil proceedings against an individual, they will suffer just as much as if they are currently subject to some sort of criminal proceedings. Civil proceedings of this nature and magnitude, depending on how complex it is, can take years to move through the court. You could have a multitude of different types of orders made against you. You can, interim orders and so on that can affect the taxpayer. And all of these powers would be exercised by persons who are susceptible to political influence. So, Madam President, it is there in black and white that the minister will set policy direction, guide the work of this private tax army in terms of commencing litigation against taxpayers. Now, this creature that they have created called the Deputy Director General of Enforcement, Madam President, this is the epitome, the actual personification of window dressing. The government will have us believe that they have transferred all these powers into this person, this independent creature who will head the enforcement division, which would be staffed by public officers. And that may be true to an extent. But also, and it's there again in black and white, they slipped it in, such other employees as the board thinks fit. So the board, the politically appointed board, could have a public officer as a figurehead of a division, and staff that division almost entirely or disproportionately with persons who, like them, or their employment, their continued employment is dependent upon, and their very existence there at this TTRA is dependent upon a politician. These are the persons who would have to investigate and make decisions, for example, under Section 246 of the Customs Act, whether or not to prosecute a customs offense. This is like saying you have a commissioner of police who is appointed and has security of tenure because he's appointed by the Independent Service Commission. But you have an entire CID and court and process branch that is completely staffed by political appointees. That is what they are doing here. That is what this legislation will allow them to do. And I heard someone mention it, I can't recall which one of the honorable ministers, but they said the intention is to have it staffed completely by public officers. Why did you not put that in the legislation? Why did you slip in this clause that says that the board can put other people to work in this enforcement division? What access to information, what type of decisions, what types of powers are these other persons, these contract officers selected by the politically appointed board and under the control of the Director General to some extent? How are their functions going to differ from the public officers that you anticipate you are going to put into this division? That is the question that I want to know. Because, Madam President, everybody at some point in time in this TTRA will be singing for their supper. And we cannot expect independence, fairness, and fearless investigations in a case like that. I don't know who they think they are fooling by inserting this supposed independent. Imagine you are having a political body basically set up, totally politically appointed, but you insert a division within that body and say, well, no, that's okay, they are independent. I mean, do they have their own access to resources? Do they get their own line in the budget? Are they financed separately from the rest of the TTRA? Is that enforcement division going to enjoy any sort of power that really, or financial independence that can really give us the comfort of knowing that Deputy Director General, apart from the fact that only the Public Service Commission could hire him or fire him and discipline him, what other comfort is there for us to understand or to know that division will operate truly independently and not subject to direction or control from anyone else, including the Director General, who is essentially the boss of the Deputy Director General? Madam President, the Minister made reference to the Perch case, and yes, the Privy Council held that the options available in that case to postal workers didn't violate their rights and so on. But I don't know if he skimmed over the words of Lord Bingham in that case, which I think we should read very carefully. In referring to service commissions, he said, all three commissions are so composed, structured, and regulated as to ensure that they are independent and immune from political pressure. The object being to ensure that civil servants, police officers, and teachers are similarly independent and immune. We have heard here today about long lines and poor customer service. Are we prepared to sacrifice the independence and the immunity from political influence of our public servants to basically solve management issues? Because that is what you have. You have poor management, and you have management problems within the public service. You have a management problem that results in long lines, not just outside of BIR and customs. So what we're going to do, dismantle the entire public service now and make everybody a political appointee? So that nobody would have to line up outside of a government building? I mean, is that where we're going to take this argument next? Because this is where we are going, the complete privatization and politicization of the public service. And we sacrifice it on the altar of what? Because you do not want to stand in lines and you do not want to have to wait for your VAT refund because somebody is not doing their job? Because the service commissions are slow to fill vacancies? Has anyone come here today? I remember we debated a motion in the last session about service commissions brought by my colleague, Senator Vera, I think. And up to today, I have not heard in none of the contributions from the government bench and none of the contributions today so far, I haven't heard anyone identify the root cause of the issues affecting the performance of the service commissions and why they cannot fill vacancies in departments such as BIR and Customs, which would perhaps solve a multitude of problems. Madam President, and in the case before us, unlike the Martha Perch case, we are not talking about postal workers, people sorting and delivering mail. Martha Perch was the postmistress from Gasparilla. We are dealing here with serious function of revenue collection. We are dealing here with persons who can assess your tax liability and determine your objections. Now, Madam President, apart from the political interference point, we must also look at fairness. I am reliably informed, up to last night, in fact, spoke to some of my colleagues at the BIR legal department. And to date, the employees of BIR do not know how many positions there are available to them within the existing public service that they may exercise the option to transfer to. I am reliably informed that up to today, most of the staff of the BIR are unaware of the job descriptions. I don't know if they even exist. Job descriptions that would be that would be applicable to this new TTRA and where they could possibly fit into that organization. So you come here to boast that the Perch case from the Privy Council was upheld, that all these options that are put into the law are available and so on. But do the workers even know or understand those options and the ramifications of those options? Do you even care that people do not know where they may be working 3 months after you proclaim this bill? That is the question that the population needs to hear from you about. Not how much money you spend on COVID, and that's why you need to tax them to death. Madam President, when you dismantle the public service, if you have to dismantle the public service to prevent long lines and to improve customer service, then you might as well just throw in the towel and give up and call an election. Because instead, what you are doing is taking an enormous amount of power and responsibility and vesting it in the hands of political appointees to give you control. The inefficiencies of the current system come about as a result of poor planning, poor resourcing. I heard about an IMF assessment called TADA or something like that, and we had so many things ranked as C and D. I would like to know what areas within the BIR in that IMF assessment ranked as C and D. What were the measures recommended to improve the BIR's efficiency in those areas where they ranked as C and D and almost got failing grades? And since that IMF assessment to now, what has been done? These are the things the public want to know if you want them to accept that this is the only option, that dismantling the public service and all of the protections that go with this, along with the civil, with having civil servants carry out this function and responsibility. You must tell the population, what have you done? Because you see, Madam President, it isn't enough to run everything into the ground and then say it's bad and we have to destroy it. And that is the modus operandi that we have seen over and over and over from this government. Has anyone, as I said before, stopped to examine the root cause of the problem and come up with a proposal to address the inefficiencies with the service commissions and the personnel departments? And this is not a problem unique to BIR. So why are we stopping at BIR and Customs? Why have you targeted BIR and Customs? To get your hands on 95% of the revenue collected in this country and to be able to control it? That could be the only logical explanation. The minister said in his contribution that we want to operate as a business, not subject to the strictures of public service. Well, these strictures, Madam President, as he calls them, are the buffers which preserve the independence of these offices. They allow the citizens who are not supporters of the political party in power to feel some sense of security and that they would not be targeted. Madam President, I want to raise as well very quickly, can you just tell me how much more time I have?
You have 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes, sorry. I want to raise very quickly some of what I saw in this bill as well under Part 5 of the financial provisions. And it makes me question again, why are we doing things so differently with the Revenue Authority than we have done with other agencies of a similar nature? Senator Mark raised the issue of preserving the unions when the HDC took over the role and function of the NHA. That has been left out. But under this provision of financial provisions, these provisions here from clause 23 onward, I have noted that unlike, for example, the EMA, there is no fund established here that would be comprise the funds of the authority with trustees. That is contained in the EMA Act, where the parliamentary appropriation, together with fees and so on that are collected, are vested in a fund, and the board that is appointed, they are the trustees of that fund. And the use and purpose of the fund is very clearly spelled out in that legislation. Here, in clause 23(3), there are some examples of how the funds could be used of the authority, but there is this catch-all phrase, any other expenditure authorized by the board in the discharge of the authority's functions. Madam President, again, this board, this politically appointed board, is being given very wide powers to spend monies that will be appropriated to them. You're talking about you want to mash up BIR and customs so that you would have greater accountability and transparency in the collection of taxes, but you are creating a board that lacks transparency and accountability in how they are going to be spending their money, our money. When it comes to the power to invest as well, Madam President, this proposed bill and this proposed TTRA must invest in securities approved by the minister, not even the board, although it says in this bill that the board is responsible for the finances of the authority. The minister must approve. In the EMA Act, for example, it says that the monies comprising the fund, which do not have to be immediately used to defer expenses and so on, shall be invested in such manner as the trustees consider fit, which is really the board, which is designed to preserve the principle and achieve a reasonable rate of return, and such investments shall be approved either generally or specifically by the board. Why can't we have, this is direct out of our law, our existing laws on the books. Why don't we have a similar provision for this TTRA? Is it that TTRA and the politically appointed board of the TTRA must take instructions from the minister how to invest our monies? Unlike the BIR and the customs, which currently now, when they get an appropriation from Parliament at the end of the financial year, must return to the Treasury what is not spent, the TTRA will be allowed to keep our money, and they will be allowed to invest it, and they will be allowed at the, of course, instruction and approval of the minister is required, and they will invest it, and they might make profits on it. And you know what? I don't know if it's called irony. I don't know if it's really irony or what it is, but they are exempt from paying taxes on those profits and so on. And I understand the logic why state authorities such as this one and the EMA would not pay taxes. It's like paying himself onto himself. But the fact of the matter is, they are being allowed to invest money. They are given very wide powers to do so. They are to pay expenses and to expend monies. So when you bring a bill to Parliament that is all about preserving and collecting revenue and chasing down people that you believe should be paying more taxes, you are creating an authority here that the minister will tell them how to invest their money. But so the minister tell them, go to the bank on Maraval Road, recently rebranded Merchant Bank or whatever it is, an authorized dealer in securities. They must invest the money there? That is what this is about? Picking and choosing the bank that the monies would be invested in, and what types of securities, and who will be the broker dealer, the registered dealer. So, Madam President, again, this bill is just rife. It is rife with so many different opportunities for...
Senator Lachmilial, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Rife with so many opportunities for the politicization and for even, I would say, going beyond that, even corruption in the way that things could be managed. We could sit here from now till thy kingdom come and decry and demonize and you know, bad talk the public service and public servants and the service commissions how much we want. But at the end of the day, the checks and balances that are there in the public service, as inefficient as they may cause things to be at times, they are there to ensure that you do not have politically appointed boards wasting public funds and then requesting immunity for it. They are there to ensure that politically appointed boards do not decide on to pay expenses that are not proper and legitimate and are not in the public interest. Madam President, at the end of the day, this is why The UNC has resisted for 11 years. I'm glad somebody said it, for 11 long years. The UNC has resisted, and we will continue to resist this move to dismantle the public service, to install political puppets to control the process of revenue collection. The destruction, manipulation, and control of what should be independent institutions in this country is all part of a bigger plot to achieve political domination, which every right-thinking citizen in this country must condemn in its strongest terms. And that is what we are come here to do today, Madam President, and I thank you.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam President. And here we are once again. The UNC, the opposition, is very backward thinking and is not giving any way to progress. But what we have before us is really a very simple and uncomplicated bill. And all it does is it seeks to establish this body corporate known as the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, which will be responsible for tax and customs and excise administration, border control measures, and the facilitation of illegitimate trade. So you will understand why, as Minister of Trade and Industry, I would have a direct interest in this bill, this very forward-thinking bill, and which is before us today. I think we know very much about the construct of the bill, and I would not want to repeat too much, but that it's a 9-member board. We know what the board details, and it is that these persons who will be chosen for the board are will be based on their ability to oversee and manage a very large and diverse organization. Persons who would be very qualified and would have particular experience in relevant fields pertinent to the body corporate that we are establishing here. And this, Madam President, is a good point of reference, a good starting point as we talk about performance, because largely what we want to achieve is a better performing institution, certainly better than what we have at this time. So this board, which we are seeking to put in place, will play a very critical role in the establishment of the Revenue Authority, and will have oversight for formulating, for approving, and ensuring the implementation of management policies, the very issues that we have been hearing about this today, management policies related to finances, human resources, service standards, performance targets, strategic plans, and this is where the autonomy and performance really begins. You're talking about budgets, annual reports, internal audits, a very well-oiled machine. And that's what we are seeking to put in place today. This is not the end of the setting up and the running of the authority, but this is where we start with this body corporate. And I hasten to add, again, and we've heard so much from so much of the politicization from the opposition. That is not so at all. This board will not be allowed to meddle in the operations of the authority as it executes its mandate. So nor can it give specific directives to the Director General or to any employees of the authority, or have access to any information concerning an individual or company also obtained by the authority. There's no access to any legal information with regard to any information or documentation regarding legal actions and so on. The board cannot access anything like that. And so the provisions that are in this bill would readily insulate the authority from any interference from the board and from the minister, as the opposition is trying to insinuate. The authority will be properly clothed and insulated from any kind of political interference from the board and minister. Minister just is going to give direction, but minister is not involved in the day-to-day activities. And in addition to that, the bill makes the provisions for the appointment of the Director General and the deputy director generals by the minister again, and this adds further scrutiny to the process, subject to affirmative resolution by the Parliament. And I would recall before, because this is not the first time this bill has come here, as we've all said, it was here before, and we know what has happened. There was concern about the minister's involvement in choosing persons for these posts, and I couldn't understand it because, as it stands, the chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue is appointed by the cabinet. And again, this bill adds an additional layer of parliamentary scrutiny when hiring the Director General and its deputies, and therefore this should be welcomed. And again, this too should foster greater confidence in the management of the authority. So there's nothing top-down or authoritarian as the opposition would like the population to believe. I think rather, I can say to you that many of us would know who the Commissioner of Police is because of his name comes to this Parliament. He undergoes parliamentary scrutiny. Well, I'm telling you now, if I ask the population out there who is the chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue, they don't know. But now it will become crystal clear who's in charge of this revenue authority. As I said, this would the public will know. It will be plastered in the press. It will come before the Parliament. And yes, Madam President, I've heard a lot about the Deputy Director General of Enforcement, a public officer, and I could find nothing wrong with this person being appointed by the Service Commission to head the Enforcement Division of the Authority, which will be responsible for the daily management and direction of the enforcement of customs laws and the Excise Act and other revenue laws and so on. And of course, the Enforcement Division of the Authority, they will, along with the Director General, the Deputy Director General, there would be public officers appointed by the Service Commission. So there would be a mixture of, in this division, there will be a mixture of authority employees and public officers. So it's not only controlled by public officers, there would be both authority employees and also contract public officers as well. And I want to make the point with regard to the HR matters. It's very important to note that all HR matters relating to employees under the authority will be under the remit of the board. So the rest of the employees, that is. So if I were to summarize where we're going with this bill, it provides that the board is responsible for oversight of the management policies of the authority, while the Director General and its deputies are responsible for the day-to-day management of the authority and overall administration. So there's a clear demarcation. And there seemed to be concern in the, again by the opposition as to what's going to happen to those persons who are now employed in customs and also in the Board of Inland Revenue. And it's very, very clear in the bill. There are options that are available so that employees can seek to immediately retire, or they can have the opportunity to transfer with the approval of the Service Commission into the new organization, or they can be appointed to the enforcement of division of the authority by the Service Commission, or they could remain employed by the public service. And of course, any transfer at all at any time would not be with any less favorable terms and conditions, and that's very clearly outlined in Clause 18. And of course, the bill also seeks to preserve and ensure that there's the continued accrual of their superannuation benefits. All of their pension benefits are secure for all of those persons who would choose to be transferred into the authority and so on. So there should be, it's clear as day. And so all of the machinations raised by the opposition and their other appointed persons. I think there's no worry for those who are employed within those organizations currently. There are the options are clearly laid out in the bill, so it's legislation, and I think the way forward is very clear. Looking at the current tax and customs administration, and which many persons before me on the independent and my colleagues as well spoke about the tax gap. But both institutions, the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise divisions, are very critical components to the revenue and administration of this country. So that Inland Revenue, we know, deals with the taxes, the tax administration and tax collection and so on. Customs and Excise will deal with the import and export of goods and all of the application of duties. And I can tell you, Madam President, there's no secret that many citizens and many businesses, I hear it all the time, that are regularly regularly interact with any of those institutions, and I hear particularly about Customs and Excise. They really have some very colorful language to express their experiences, and for various reasons. So I hear it all the time. So whether it is poor customer service, inefficiency, lack of transparency, the fact is these institutions are not operating in the way that it was envisioned. And I cannot understand why the opposition would want the status quo to remain. How could you like long lines, poor customer service? How can you be prepared to condone that kind of activity? That's not the way we're going. We're going the way of efficiency, introduction of technology. We now have a ministry established to deal with the whole question, all of the digital, digitization and digitalization measures for effectiveness and so on. This policy is about modernization, right? Not keeping the old public service syndrome. We want to move away from that, while at the same time we fix the issues that are within the public service. So, but we are well aware that many of those divisions, and we heard some of the numbers today, they are understaffed. I can tell you with regard to customs, the operating hours are standard, and what we want are more flexible and extended operating hours as well. And I will go to the point of comparing to service delivery standards compared to internationally recognized standards, because we have to face the facts of where we are and why we must get out of where we are at this time and into the modern world. Right? But as I say all of that, I want to always make the point that yes, there's bureaucracy in these organizations, and yes, I've raised the point about inefficiencies, but I want to say this is less about the individuals, because they are very, very much so individual employees, customs officers, and professionals within the Inland Revenue, so who are really doing who are personally committed to the success of the jobs that they do. But of course, there are all other factors that impinge upon the successful outcomes that the public would wish to see. So I can tell you that this government understands the inefficiencies and has sought ways in the last 6 years to improve the service delivery in the public service through the use of technology. And I can tell you that from the point of view of the single electronic window. If I go back to 2009, which was started under the previous PNM government, and since then we have a number of e-services that are available, but it's not quite where we want to go, and we're not moving as fast enough as we ought to. So sure enough, in Inland Revenue, this government implemented the e-tax, but so that persons can go on and register to file their personal income tax. But of course, it doesn't deal with corporation tax, to the best of my knowledge. So we want to make sure that we dramatically improve these services, and this dealing with the complexities of customs and the complexities of Inland Revenue. This is the way we have to go, and I'll tell you globally what is happening as well. So as in my research, I looked at, and there were several articles referred to today. One in particular attracted my attention, which would have been the IADB report of March 21 this year called Winds of Change, an opportunity to reform tax administration in the Caribbean. And of course, even Trinidad and Tobago's tax administration was discussed, noting that it was within the Ministry of Finance where it lacked budgetary autonomy, control over staffing, and access to trained staff. And they looked at all of the systems throughout the region. And again, it spoke to the fact that if we stay the way we are now, we would be really hindering our capacity to close that revenue gap and to become more efficient and to acquire more technological systems, to implement reforms and operational policies. So this is the way we have to go. As all of the other MDC countries have, Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana have all gone the way. We are the only MDC that has not gone the way of reform. Surely enough, over the time, we have all done the VAT reforms and so on, but none of us have gone the way that they have gone with their semi-autonomous regimes. And therefore, this is, I think, what we have before us, and I would support the Minister of Finance wholly on this one, is the best chance at truly implementing revenue collection reform to rationalize the revenue earnings of this country and modernize and improve tax and customs administration. And concurrent with the establishment of this new institution is the expectation of the delivery of further policy and technology interventions. We would continue to do all of that to ensure the improvement in collection of revenues and service deliveries and so on. Again, Senator Mark was right in one regard. He knew that several countries have registered revenue authorities, and he spoke about Jamaica, and I said yes, they are one of the MDCs that have a revenue authority in place. But he spoke about Singapore and so on, and indeed many countries across the globe have revenue authorities. He was right on that. And again, in another, looking at the global perspective, the World Bank article entitled Increasing Tax Revenue in Developing Countries, dated February 1, 2021, there's constant research on this topic, was noted that tax revenue collection as a share of GDP is only 15 to 20% in lower and middle income countries, but over 30% in upper income countries. And why should we not move to close that gap? The gap is substantial, and what it implies, obviously, is that there's less tax revenue available to us to spend on. And Minister West said it. The member who's responsible for public administration said it well. Revenues to spend on public necessities, infrastructure, good governance, etc. Right? So we know that, and apart from that, we know that there's a problem in Trinidad and Tobago where businesses are not paying taxes. I'm talking small, medium, micro, large. They are not paying not all, but there's a substantial number of them that are not paying their fair taxes. Many of them are operating in this informal informal regime, a so-called regime, and then there are many of those who are also misreporting. And that can't be. It's a prevalent problem, and it has to be fixed. And I'll tell you, this informal system, which pervades, again, is quite disadvantageous to the country, and of course, it really, as I said, hinders growth and access to a lot of incentives, a lot of facilities that are available to them that they can't access simply because they are not compliant. I can tell you, for instance, in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, there are two facilities, a grant fund facility, and also there is, through Export TT, there is the Research and Development Fund. And you would find that many of the businesses that apply for those funds are not able to access it because they are not registered. They simply are not registered. They're not paying VAT. They're not paying taxes. Some of them are not deducting NIS for their employees. And it's just a very unfair and unacceptable situation. And when I think about those persons who, let's say, at the entry level in the public service, anybody making over $7,000 a month, $84,000 a year, have to pay their taxes year in, year out, and they're paying their PAYE, and they're paying their health surcharge, and they're paying their NIS. It's so unfair that throughout their working life, that those persons will contribute to the tax system fairly, and there are these businesses that are not. So it has to be dealt with, and the current configuration of the Inland Revenue is certainly insufficient. You don't have enough staff to do the kind of enforcement that is necessary. And this is the move. This is the move forward. This is the way forward, and this is the way that we must go. So here's the deal: we must become an efficient organization in terms of collection of taxes through customs and through inland. Board of Inland Revenue, so that all of the legal frameworks that are required and so on would be put in place. And again, we talk about fostering efficiency, professionalism, even improving the morale of staff, because everybody wants to work within an organization that engenders professionalism. So improves morale and integrity. Of course, you would have economies of scale with regard to administrative services, because you have these two large entities, and of course it'll be all of the services would be provided centrally. So you're going to, and then of course there'll be all financial management, training, staff development, ICTs more than ever. So we see, again, we expect to see the full force of digitalization and digitalization and the work of the new ministry as well. So I must talk a little bit about international trade because of the link with customs and excise. They facilitate, they provide a service, customs and excise, and facilitate the entry and exit of goods. And I can tell you again, many of the operators want efficiency, and it is not there. And we have to, and I mean, I'm saying it, I'm the government, and I'm saying it. The reality is that when I look at the trading across borders, which is within one of the facets of the World Bank's 2020 Doing Business report, where we are one of five, currently out of 190, not good at all. And we're doing a lot to improve all of the areas of the life of a business under this Doing Business report. But in trading across borders, let's face facts. Where are we? 134 out of 190 countries. And that is a concern to us, because this speaks to the time and cost associated with the logistical process of exporting and importing goods. Not good at all. And when we look at our ranking, or at our score, we have a score of 62.60, while the average score for Latin America and the Caribbean is 69.1. So we are below average. We are below average. Can't be good at all. And when I look, I'll tell you what it takes going through these services through the Customs and Excise Division. And I'm comparing ourselves to Denmark, who is number one in that particular category. And I'll tell you. So with regard to time to export border compliance, in Denmark it takes no time to do it at all. Of course, they must be very proficient in terms of technology and so on. And in terms of time to export border compliance, it takes 60 hours on average. In Denmark, cost to export, we talked about time. In terms of cost, border compliance, it's zero. Trinidad and Tobago, $499. We talk about documentary compliance, Denmark, 1. In terms of hours, 1 hour. In Trinidad and Tobago, 32 hours. These are the realities. Cost to export, documentary compliance, $0 in Trinidad and Tobago, $250. Time to import, in terms of hours, 0, Denmark. In terms of Trinidad and Tobago, 78 hours. When you look at cost to import, again, $0, and in Trinidad and Tobago, $635. Time to import for Trinidad and Tobago, again, 44 hours. Cost to import, $250. So these are the realities, and it's not that we're not doing anything about it. Currently, I'll tell you what we're doing, but the fact is we have to move away away from that. You know what this does? This erodes our competitiveness. So we could talk all we want about manufacturing and exports, and earning exports, etc. This erodes our competitiveness, and this is why we must move to a more efficient organization, and I will wholeheartedly welcome this move. So we did an exercise, a business process re-engineering. I'll just speak briefly because I've spoken in this Parliament about it before. We hired an international consultant. It took a while on the ground to do all the work that was required, because what we wanted to know is how do we simplify, how do we modernize, how do we harmonize all of the regulatory processes for import, export, transit, and business facilitation services in Trinidad and Tobago. And we came up with this master plan of 61 recommendations. I'm not going to go into them, but 45 we are moving ahead. 9 we are currently implemented, and we are working on these as we speak, in terms of implementing online payments for all TT BizLink e-services, fees, and customs and excise duties and taxes to allow various non-cash methods of payment. So it's not like we're doing nothing, but all of the work will continue and filter in and harmonize with this new organization. So the work continues with the collaboration with the Ministry of Trade and Industry, with the current organizations and into the new. Right? As it is, all border agencies are making appropriate arrangements to designate duty officers to allow processing of e-goods declarations outside of the regular hours of work. And looking, I think the Ministry of Finance might be even considering a shift system for customs and excise. I can't confirm that. But this is the length and breadth that we have to go to ensure efficiency and to improve our competitiveness. I know customs and excise has conducted an audit of scanning operations to ensure maximum efficiency in tandem with the various risk management systems that are available. This is the work that is going on. We are continuing to implement this port community system to allow for the intelligent and secure exchange of information between public and private stakeholders and so on, including the digitization of release orders, exit notes, and so on. So the work continues to perform the processing of electronic data instead of paper records. And I could go on. Customs, I know, has put in their new Assecutor 4, and they're working to adopt the full functionality of Assecutor to allow for electronic processing and so on. So it's a lot of work that's going on by Customs. It's progressive by MTI and by the even the Ministry of Agriculture and so on. But again, it's not enough. There's so much that needs to be done, especially as we talk about the ease of doing business.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, thank you. So again, it falls upon all of us, and again, we're taking this whole of government approach to creating an enabling environment to foster business growth and development and so on, and this has always been an objective of this government, but we are going to continue. And insofar as we've got together and we've worked on the roadmap to recovery of this country, all of these facets, digitization and automation, all of these increased auto approvals by border agencies, e-payments and so on, we are all working towards efficiency, enhancement of the TT BizLink application software. The Trinidad and Tobago National Trade Facilitation Committee is doing its work. So this very strong, cohesive relationship will continue into the new organization. But again, the revenue, I made the point as I end, that this revenue authority that is before us today will be completely void of political interference and suasion. All right? And the authority that is being set up will be given autonomy to manage their budget, to do organizational planning, to create high-performance standards, to recruit, develop, and to properly remunerate professionals and persons who are qualified for the positions within this organization. ICT will be a strong feature in terms of they would have their own in-house IT systems, or where possible, they would outsource the such services to private contractors. There would be proper tax law interpretation by the authority. And, of course, proper enforcement, exercising without having to refer to another body and so on, exercising the enforcement powers associated with the law. As said before, a well-oiled machine, but a functioning team and organization. That's where we're going with tax compliance, and of course, this being extremely important to businesses, how they operate, what the expectations are, what they ought to do. We are heading in the right direction with this revenue authority. Greater efficiency, public revenue enhancement, employment of competent, disciplined staff, depoliticization of tax administration, reduce corruption, no corruption, and so on, improve taxpayer services, better work ethic, and so on, comprehensive accounting for all tax revenues, and so on, and integration of tax and taxpayer-related databases, and so on. I'm really very heartened by the work that has been brought here today. There's much more to do, but this is an excellent model, and the Ministry of Trade, on behalf of them and on behalf of the government, we are in full support of this revenue authority, which has been brought here today by the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Only the PNM, with a leader of government business who never pitch marbles, would rush a debate on an oppressive piece of legislation while TKR playing a semi-final in the CPL. It shows a lack of care, but I should understand that the PNM does not care about sport, as we saw our Warriors go out to Tokyo unprepared. We see our hockey teams being sent to be devastated in World Cup qualifying. Or maybe it is simply that the PNM is very politically savvy and they know that the population will be focused on TKR and not listening to this debacle of a debate put forward by the PNM government. But c'est la vie. We have to debate. The Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry used the term PNM and forward thinking in the same sentence. Unfortunately, that is a clear oxymoron. She stated that Guyana, Barbados, other countries, they have revenue authorities. That's true, but they don't have the PNM. I feel I entered the matrix when I'm hearing government ministers and senators speak here today in this debate, because I'm not sure what they're debating. We're not debating the theory of a revenue authority or the efficacy of an efficient tax collection system. We are debating this bill here that has the PNM in total control, the minister in control, the minister appointing the board, the PNM minister appointing the director general. This is what we are debating. This bill that shows a total desire on the part of the government to control every aspect of tax collection and expenditure enforcement across the board. Let us be clear, this is not a debate on the efficacy. This is a debate about the PNM's interpretation of a PNM-appointed, PNM-controlled, PNM-guided, PNM-monitored, politically controlled Gestapo unit disguised as a revenue authority. The Honorable Minister of Finance said there were inefficiencies in the BIR and the public service, yet for the last 11 years, he's tried, and the PNM has tried to bring this revenue authority. But for 6 of those years, the PNM has been in charge, and you've made no improvements to the efficiency of the BIR. So the PNM's position is leave a problem and then come in with a bill to put PNM in total control, and that's how we fix it. The UNC says that is not the way to go. Please show us, as you state that the IMF says that the efficiency or the tax collection of Trinidad and Tobago is the lowest. Yes, but show us how you can fix it without total political control. They attack the Public Service Commission here today in the Senate, suggesting replacing it by the Duen Service Chair. The Minister of Finance attacks the entire public service while praising his most inefficient, incompetent, ineffective cabinet and government in our history. The Minister of Finance said, "We believe," meaning the PNM, "that we have found a solution to avoid the constitutional majority." Well, we in the UNC know that you have not found that. Methinks you need to go back to the drawing board. We believe in the UNC the Minister of Finance is confused, misguided, and misinformed. We believe the Minister of Finance has not read his own bill. The PNM's obsession with controlling taxation, citizens' property, and financial information has its genesis in the actual formation of the Balize cult in January 1956. From its symbolism, its mantra, its constitution, and its debilitating indoctrination, a member of the PNM is a PNM till a dead. Its ongoing mission, as espoused today by PNM senators, is to ensnare the entire population in this warped, selfish, myopic, segregational belief that this is PNM country. Well, the UNC is here to say this is not PNM country. This is our country. This is Trinidad and Tobago. You bring a bill here in 2021 and just remove the need for special majority. No consultation. It wasn't even viewed by the Joint Select Committee, a Joint Select Committee that met for 3 years. Consultation, discussion. A report was laid in Parliament and now ignored. It shows gross disrespect to all those who contributed, a waste of countless intellectual hours. This dictatorial PNM removed the 3/5 requirement like a Petrotrin refinery in the night. This PNM government has removed the constitutional 3/5 majority and replaced it arbitrarily by a simple majority. There is absolutely nothing simple about this bill. This bill is sinister. Senator, the Honorable C. Prasad, independent senator, made some brilliant points about revenue authority, tax collection, management, intelligence, independence, ethical human beings. Can all these improvements be made, Honorable Senator, without the total control of the political directorate? If so, please propose all the necessary amendments to this bill at the committee stage and watch carefully as all your independent, intelligent, well-intended suggestions will be resoundingly rejected by this PNM, bent on obtaining absolute control, influence, and total power over the citizenry. It is quite peculiar and indeed characteristic of this callous, uncaring government that the very first bill being brought to this second session of the 12th Parliament is wholly concerned with the government's ability.
1 second, Senator Roberts. 11, please. 40? 4211, please. Honourable Senator, in relation to the way we present our speeches here in the chamber, we tend to try not to read it verbatim, but present it. So what I would invite you to do is to do just that in relation to putting forward your debate. Present it, you don't have to read it verbatim.
I'm not, thank you, sir, I'm guided. It is quite peculiar and indeed characteristic of his callous. I hope I get my minute back, please. That this very bill being brought to this second session of the 12th Parliament is wholly and solely concerned with taxing people, getting into their pockets as they suffer in a pandemic under the worst, most mismanaged pandemic in the history of the entire globe. We are not number one in the world. We are number last, and we have been suffering. Our people are suffering without jobs, have not received their grants, no support for small and micro enterprises. But this government, the first thing they do is come to dig deeper in the pockets of the citizens. This government and its overarching theory cannot sustain the inflection or the investigation that goes before it. It defies established principles, sound corporate governance, vests extraordinary powers and access to private information in the hands of politicians, and removes citizens from under the provisions, safety and security of the public service, and now places them firmly in the hands of the politically appointed officers. The government's prioritization, not just taxing...
1 second, Senator Roberts.
On Standing Order 53(1)(b.
Okay, so, Honourable Senator, a lot of the arguments being put forward now in relation to the bill that is before us have been said before. I will allow you to continue with what you're saying, but be mindful as you're making your presentation that we want to interject new arguments as well. We've heard quite a bit in terms of all of the speakers, government, opposition, and independent, that have come before in terms of certain key points. So as you move forward, be mindful, interject new points as well.
Brand new points. Thank you. I'm guided, Mr. President. The government's prioritization of not just taxing a suffering population, but ensuring draconian punitive measures to anyone found in breach of the regulations remains in stark contrast to effective and concerned governments all over the world. Leaders, politicians, and economists worldwide have supported the view that tax credits, deductions, tax holidays, incentives, and grants...
Senator Roberts, 1 second. Attorney General, yes.
Much obliged. I respectfully rise on 4210, evidenced by the fact that the member can't even see when I stand. 4211.
4211?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Senator, again, we're talking about actually reading the speech versus presenting the speech. Again, I will allow you to continue, but just keep in mind that you want to present.
Thank you, sir. I hope that I am getting my time, because the time has already been curtailed and I'm being interrupted, but never mind. But across the globe, governments have taken the approach to present benefits and assistance to their citizens, their businesses. But here in the PNM country, run by a PNM with a slim majority, that they squeezed out with an EBC that seems to be following instructions of the government.
Senator, that particular line is not, sorry again to interrupt, but that particular line is not relevant to what is before us in relation to the EBC, so just be careful.
Yes, sir. Thank you. According to the recently published report by Deloitte, credit and incentive economic stimulus...
I rise on Standing Order 46.6, Mr. Vice President, in relation to that comment on the EBC.
Okay, so I've already ruled, and that continues, Senator Roberts.
When the coronavirus pandemic began to spread in early 2020, government-led incentives were strong in France, US, across Canada, China, and Australia. But in Trinidad and Tobago, they have been punitive, and now this government comes to increase or to change the revenue authority to put its fingers into the pockets of the citizens. As we move forward, there are homes in Trinidad and Tobago that the entire population is now scrambling to fill out forms, to do the work of the valuation department, because this callous government is trying to implement a property tax in a pandemic. Citizens cannot fill out the forms. They are now saying that they're gathering their $5,000 to pay a fee and a fine for not filing these documents on time as stipulated by this heartless government. The enforcement fines, of course...
46.1, please.
Okay,
I have yet to even hear a clause in the bill.
Right, so, Senator, that particular line that you're on in relation to property tax is thinly relevant to what we're doing. I would ask you to just tighten a little tighter if you can, or else move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Since the Honorable Attorney General would like to hear the clauses, let's go to the clauses of this bill that include clauses that simply we have to pause to digest, because this Honorable Attorney General has put in this bill, along with the Minister of Finance, clauses that include ministerial power. Clauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 24, 25, 30, 41, and 42 all include powers put to the PNM minister to control. The PNM minister, for example, if you would like the UNC to support this bill.
Is on Standing Order 53(1)B properly.
Attorney General, at this juncture, the member is calling out the clauses and he's moving now towards actually making his argument in relation to that. Senator, yes, that argument has been made, but like I said, be mindful that you want to interject new points in relation to what has gone before. So I'll allow you to continue at this juncture, but I'm listening with the new points as opposed to what has been gone before. Continue.
Brand new points. Once again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as Minister West said, and I rebut what she has said, more and more demands are being made on the shrinking coffers, and therefore we need this revenue authority governed by the PNM Minister of Finance. Well, let me be clear. The coffers are shrinking because of the poor governance of the PNM, the incompetence, the inability to diversify the economy, as well as the demands on the Treasury being made. That's $500 million wasted on NGC, large rentals to cabinet ministers, and outfitting of Attorney General's offices.
I rise on Standing Order 46(1), Mr. Vice President.
Okay, so no, I will allow that particular line of argument as it's a response to an argument that has been put forward before coming from the opposite side. Continue, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Treasury is empty because of the profligate spending of the PNM cabinet on rentals, on recusal twins, of conflict of interest, on borrowing from small companies on the avenue, of investing in questionable companies that we could call barista, overpriced, poorly procured ferries, $100 million.
46-1.
Senator Mark, let me hear the point of order.
46-1.
Okay, so Senator Roberts, please tie it in to what we're doing here. As I've given you the leeway to make the point, just tie it in.
Mr. Vice President, the Senator, Minister of Public Administration, said that the reason that we are here today is that the Treasury is empty, the coffers are empty, and that they require filling up. So they are empty because, Madam Minister of Trade and Industry, $100 million wasted on a president's house to go and tour a plantation bill, $20 million on a prime minister's residence, $200 million on 2 stadia that are locked up, $400 million on 2 cutlass vessels not requested by the Coast Guard, $64 million on report to not close Petrotrin, but Petrotrin is closed.
Okay, so we are continuing to raise point of orders, and I'm ruling on them as they come. And I have no problem doing so. Senator, so you've made the point that you're making in relation to why the Treasury is empty in response to an argument that's been put forward earlier in the debate. So I would ask you now to move on from that because you've made that point.
But, yes, Mr. President, but I'm giving you the real depth of the emptiness of the Treasury because of the PNM incompetence and profligate spending. I'm only halfway done.
Right, and what I'm saying is that you're not going to spend 5 minutes going into the depth of that in relation to the response of an argument, because then you will be in breach of Standing Order 42(1) in relation to relevance. So what I'm saying is that you've made that point, and I'm asking you now if you wish to move forward.
I will move forward, sir. No problem. Let me move on the Constitution and the Supreme Court law of Trinidad and Tobago. The Constitution is also what the honorable courts have referred to as a lens of interpretation, meaning that every law, whether we are considering here in Parliament or whether a judge considering in a judicial sense, must be interpreted in the light of the constitutional norms, values, principles, and protections.
I rise most respectfully on Standing Order 4211.
Continue, Senator Roberts.
President, and I please request time, please, sir, humbly, because you're utilizing it. I have a different angle, Mr. Vice President, because my colleagues have already spoken about the Endell Thomas protection. I have a different angle to the same problem. While Endel Thomas' point is very important, it is my view that the legislation also offends certain fundamental rights and freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. I have in mind, and I quote Section 4A and Section 4B of the Constitution. Section 4A of the Constitution states, the right of the individual to life, liberty, security, the person and enjoyment of property, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except by due process of law. While Section 4B states the right of the individual to equality before the law, the protection of the law. Taxation has always raised serious legal issues. No taxation without representation was the cry of the American Revolution. The Magna Carta, which set out the constitutional framework for the English common law, was a document extracted from the king when his barons revolted against deprivation of property and excessive taxation. Here today, Trinidad and Tobago, we are debating a revenue authority bill, not about a revenue authority or efficient taxation collection, but about an authority and a bill put forward by a government that wants to control through every clause in the bill, giving the Minister of Finance, the PNM Minister of Finance, the control so to do, to appoint the board, to appoint the Director General. They allow the Public Service and the Public Service Commission to appoint the Deputy Director General Enforcement, but then say that this public servant must take guidance and instruction from a public politically appointed Director General and the board, who take their control and their instructions from the minister. Why all of this political interference in something as critical as taxation, which has led historically to upheaval, anarchy, and revolt? One would know that the procedural fairness has two limbs. We also hear of the right to be heard, but procedural fairness also comprises a rule against bias. And this bill is fraught with the opportunity not to be heard and to show bias on the part of those who may not be politically affiliated to those in control. This ensures impartiality when there is insulation. Laws, in particular constitutional principles, are meant to strike a balance between individual and the state. So, on the one hand, you have a political creature in a Minister of Finance saying, give me all the taxes that you can, and if a person fails to pay taxes, then enforce as strictly as possible. On the other hand, you have an individual saying, I didn't earn this amount, or for any other legal reason. The first assessor and body in charge of treating with the conflict is the BIR, now called the PNM Revenue Authority. The law currently ensures that impartial public servants whose employment is secure, whose pension is secure, who cannot be disciplined by a minister, makes the first assessment. This bill here deems and seems wants to change that and put that into the hands of politically appointed, politically influenced individuals.
1B, if it's 52, the House and the Senate. Tedious repetition.
Senator, continue.
All board members here are appointed by the minister. When we see actual occurrences of this in Trinidad and Tobago, we see that the Petrotrin board is appointed by politicians. Yet we see that senior counsel in Trinidad and Tobago has recommended over 55 days ago that a matter of critical public importance be appealed, and yet no decision has been made. And the
46-1, and I honestly urge the honourable member to drop the paper 4211. I'd like to hear him.
It's 4211 and 1. Right. So, honourable member, the argument that he's making is tying into the functions of the board in relation to this particular bill. It is, in my opinion, slightly different to what has come before, and therefore I'm going to allow him to continue along those lines. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Again, as I've always cautioned, always make it a new point.
New points, one after the next, sir. And the new point here is that the Honorable Prime Minister, the PNM Prime Minister, stated to the nation that the board is in charge of all matters at Petrotrin. However, the Minister of Energy, approximately 12 days ago, after losing a case for the lake asphalt against a contractor, stated in the public domain that he has instructed the board to appeal. So when you say here today that a minister appointing a board will not instruct and there's no political influence, and the Minister of Trade stands there on the other side and says there will be no political interference, this bill throughout shows political interference, political control, and a movement towards pure dictatorship. When we see that an NGC board has applied to the very same Minister of Finance, and he has admitted and reported and assisted and agreed with by the Prime Minister, has given board members indemnification for a decision that can only be seen from all the information to be irresponsible, so irresponsible that the directors were unable to get director liability insurance, because the decision was done in bad faith.
Mr. Vice President, I rise on Standing Order 46-1. The particular details of an NGC board have nothing to do with this debate, respectfully.
Okay, so, Senator, the point in relation to, which I think is what you're making, which is interference by way of a minister to a board, using other boards and that connection between a minister and board as examples to show where this particular bill would also have the same thing. So you've made that point by making several examples, of which now you're utilizing the NGC, which is what I think you were talking about, to also bolster that example.
Yes.
What I'm saying to you is, you don't have to go overboard in making your examples. Make your examples, and then you can move on to your next point, because that's where you would run into.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very sorry for using so many examples of incompetence, dictatorship, and political victimization by this PNM government with that Attorney General. I won't use another one.
Attorney General, one second. Senator, first and foremost, you have 5 more minutes in your contribution. You don't need to embellish upon what I've ruled by responding to me in the way you just responding. I understand exactly what I've said, and I'm absolutely certain that you've also understand what I've said. Attorney General, you are raising a point of order. If it's in relation to what I just said, then there's no need to do so because it's being dealt with. Was it in relation to that or something else? Go ahead.
I'm rising on improper motives, squarely dictated, and not dealt with by you under 46.6.
Okay, no problem. So, Senator, just be mindful of making improper or imputing improper motives in relation to members of either chamber. Continue. You have 5 more minutes.
Injury time, please, sir.
Normally, we don't do injury time, Senator Roberts. That is in the normal course of process by way of the debate which takes place where standing orders are raised.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Continue.
No problem.
I don't want to interrupt you.
I will stick a small pin right there and move along to a different point. Let us go in general to this PNM. They go to section. This bill is the bill of an arrogant, narcissistic, self-serving, self-centered, heartless, dictatorial regime on total control.
Senator Roberts. I don't even have to wait for a standing order to be raised. I mean, it's not even been 15 seconds. And I think you know what I'm about to say. Please, 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 tone it down.
This bill is dangerous, illustrated by the anti-democratic, anti-corporate governance, anti-transparency, anti-accountability, anti-separation of powers clauses of the bills. Clauses 13, 14, 15.
So, Senator Roberts, again, I don't know how best to say it. Just tone it down a bit in terms of the language.
Language?
Yes, the language. That's all I'm asking. Tone it down a bit in terms of the language.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Moving right along. there's a very interesting corollary to this bill. Once again, it shows the policy of the PNM to conduct a process of union busting, as they have done in Petrotrin with the OWTU, Caribbean Airlines with TALPA, the Port Authority workers with the port.
Point of order 46.1, 46.6.
So, Senator Mark, please. So, what it is and what is happening is that accusations are being made, and it is skirting the line in relation to Standing Order 46.6, which is imputation of improper motive. That's why I've been asking to tone the language a bit. There's a way to say things so that you don't breach that particular standing order. So what I would ask you to do is to just finesse what you have to say a little bit more without using that type of language, which will put you in breach of that standing order.
All the workers of Petrotrin were told they were not being fired, and Petrotrin was closed down and shut down and has not opened up. Those are unionized workers. Caribbean Airlines, 450 workers. Port Authority, WASA workers now under threat. And right here, we're talking about PSA members and NUGFW members who are under threat of not only losing their jobs, but being told by the PNM that if you get into Balize House, you may get a job at this new revenue authority. This political strategy.
No. Senator, Minister, please. So, Senator Roberts, that is exactly what I'm talking about. That is not allowed. That statement is not allowed. There's no response to be had in relation to it. It's just not allowed. I will give you a few seconds more to wrap up, because of the amount of times I have to get up to say that. You're obviously out of time now, but for the purpose of wrapping up, I will just give you a few seconds more to do so. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In this bill, the PNM government says that the PNM minister will appoint a PNM board. The PNM board will then go through an HR outfitting of this revenue authority, meaning that the PNM board will conduct advertisements, conduct interviews, and decide who gets their jobs in this revenue authority. And then it will be mixed with appointments from the Public Service Commission to pretend that there's insulation for the population, with one deputy director enforcement who has to then take instructions from the politically appointed director general, by the politically appointed board, by the politically incensed minister of the PNM. It is great illustration of the dictatorship of the PNM that my 30 minutes has become 18 because of an Attorney General who is insecure in his ability and took too long in law school. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Minister in the Office of the Attorney General.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Brothers and sisters of this honorable chamber, every single one of us that sit here today, we can certainly be a part of history. We are here to debate, Mr. Vice President, a debate that will fundamentally change and improve and weed out administrative defects and the lack of effective enforcement of revenue laws that has crippled our country for far too long. But, Mr. Vice President, I respectfully submit to all members of this chamber, especially my friends opposite, please ensure that you're standing on the right side of history when you vote for this bill. Mr. Vice President, that right side being the side that supports this Revenue Authority bill. And, Mr. Vice President, more particularly to all of those who are making a set of old noise, whether it's in this chamber or out of this chamber, instilling fear in our citizens, passing on misinformation and propaganda, for God's sake, just stop it. Just stop it. Certainly your love for country should outweigh your disgust or your disdain for this government. Surely your love for seeing the improvement of the taxation system in our country should certainly outweigh your disgust and disdain with the PNM government. This is where we are called upon to be true patriots and to support a bill that will fundamentally, I repeat, fundamentally improve the manner in which we do business and the manner in which taxes are collected in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, the core argument or area that I will focus on in this bill is really the enforcement unit that has been created. And I would look at the framework of that enforcement unit. But before I do that, Mr. Vice President, there are certain points that were raised, of course, by Senator Mark and Senator Lachmidial and other opposition senators that speaks to the issue of constitutionality. Now, I'm sure that the Honorable Attorney General, in his contribution, he would get and he would delve deeper into those issues of constitutionality. But there is certain points that I still want to add and certain points that I want to make relative to this whole issue of this bill and the propaganda that is being spread, that this bill is for some reason unconstitutional. Now, Senator Wade-Mark made reference that in this bill there's no rule of law. It undermines and subverts the very rule of law. It undermines the structure of our constitution. This was supported by the Senator Lachmidial when she called this bill an assault on our democracy. I have a very, very simple question for all those opposite who speaks about the issue of constitutionality and the lack thereof in this bill. My simple question is the collection of taxes a core government function which cannot be constitutionally divested? Is by us divesting the ability to the TTRA to collect taxes, show me where in our constitution that you rely upon that says that as a government we are prevented constitutionally from divesting that authority? And the answer would be we won't have an answer, because there's nowhere within the framework and parameters of our constitution that says that this power held by the executive cannot be divested. Mr. Vice President, if I may respectfully put on the record a Court of Appeal Guyanese case, is that case of Clarence True and Patrick Hyman against the AG. And some of the dicta coming out of that case, Mr. Vice President, found that the Parliament of Guyana could have transferred a core governmental function from the executive authority to the central government, the central government to the Revenue Authority of Guyana. Now, in that same case, the dicta goes on to say the court reasoned that because the executive authority was vested in the president under the Constitution of Guyana, and the Constitution provided that nothing in that provision prevented Parliament from conferring functions on persons or authorities other than the President, Parliament could transfer, I repeat, Parliament could transfer those functions as it relates to revenue assessment and collection from central government to the Revenue Authority. Now, Mr. Vice President, if we bring this position in this Guyanese case closer to home, because you see, I hear the lack of constitutionality and the lack of the rule of law. I want to take my colleagues, and especially to the members of the general public, who may have genuine concerns about the lack of constitutionality in this bill, and coming from the Guyanese position that I just advanced, let us turn to Section 74 of our Constitution. Section 74 of our Constitution, Mr. Vice President, says that the executive authority of Trinidad and Tobago is vested in the President, and such authority may be exercised by him directly or through officers subordinate to him. But of special relevance is Section 74(3) of our Constitution, which states that Parliament is not prevented. Parliament is not prevented from conferring functions on persons or authorities other than the President. So the first question I asked was, show me where within the parameters of our Constitution that says we as the executive cannot divest taxation powers. There's nowhere written within the parameters of our Constitution that speaks to that. Secondly, if we refer to 74(3) of our Constitution, it is clearly stated that we have the power to also divest those responsibilities or confer functions on persons or authorities other than the President. For example, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. So on that point of constitutionality, Mr. Vice President, I believe it was necessary for me to jump in there. Now, and as I said, I'm sure my learned senior, he would delve greater into the issues of constitutionality. And as I made reference to him, I want to make reference to the case of Surat that, he often refers to that sometimes he get a little lashing from the next side for. But the dicta that I want to pull out from Surat is, and this is what I want to remind the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, the dicta from Surat says, no legal system can stay set in stone as it has always been. It has to move and develop with the times. The complexity of the modern world has seen the emergence of new problems, which we need new solutions. That dicta is absolutely relevant to the creation of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. Laws and problems are dynamic, they are not static. So as problems come upon us, as a responsible parliament, we are then called upon as responsible government, as responsible leaders. We are called upon to create legislation that can therefore cater to these changes. Now, there was another point that was raised by the Honorable Senator Lakshmi Dayal. In that particular point, if I can make out my handwriting, it says, I recall the Honorable Senator said, the enforcement authority, the Honorable Senator said, yes. The Honorable Senator said, the proceeds of crime, and this was a point that she made relative to the proceeds of crime and the FIU. And she says, if I recall, where the Director General would, in this situation, based on this current law, the Director General would now be the law enforcement agency who would receive intelligence reports and would have the power in order to decide who is investigated. The Honorable Senator also said that the Director General appointed by the Minister would get a report by the FIU saying that we have a suspect, Mr. X, for example, and that the political directorate would have the power over that director. Now, Madam President, whenever I explain the law, honestly, I like to simplify it or even quote the law so as not to confuse the layman or the man on the ground who's listening in. But I honestly do not believe in oversimplification, that we must promote propaganda to this population, because that example is merely propaganda. And I will tell you why. Because this entire act, remember, we have not repealed existing revenue laws, we have not repealed the Customs Act, we have not repealed the FIU Act, for example, right? So, based on the example that the Honorable Senator gave, why I submit respectfully that it is propaganda, Madam President, because if we turn to Section 15 of the FIU Act, it states that the Director has the power, meaning the Director of the FIU, has the power to launch an investigation into a law enforcement authority to determine whether any money laundering offense or financing or terrorism operations, etc., has been committed. The conduct of investigation, therefore, is the power and function of the enforcement authority. Now, Madam President, the enforcement authority in the parameters of the FIU Act is explained and defined in Section 2 of the FIU Act, which states and defines the law of enforcement authority to include the chairman of the BIR and the controller of customs. Certainly, this, as a responsible government and responsible legislators, in our wisdom, we would have contemplated this inconsistency. And the bill which appears before us, therefore, carries a clause 40. That clause 40 in this bill is what we call the consequential amendment clause. And what that clause speaks, what that clause speaks to, is that Clause 40 of our consequential amendment states that the BIR and customs shall be construed and make reference to the authority, but the the Deputy Director of Enforcement. So those positions is so the Director General, in other words, Madam President, of the authority is who is considered or who is believed to be the political appointed position. That is not the person to whom the FIU would have to report to. That is not the person who will receive intelligence. It is the public servant, for want of a better word, who sits as the Deputy Director General of Enforcement. That is the person who would be held, and that is the person who would be the liaison with the FIU. All right? So I respectfully submit, Madam President, especially to those listening on, please let good sense prevail and do not let the propaganda and misinformation that is continually spread by those opposite scar your view of what we are really trying to, or obscure your view of what we are really trying to achieve today as a responsible government. With these areas being addressed, Madam President, as I indicated from the get-go of my presentation, I would want to focus on that enforcement unit that exists. Now, Madam President, in looking at the enforcement unit, what I want to focus on, because it also touches on a point raised by the Honorable Senator, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, I want to look at the composition of this enforcement unit, right? Now, the composition of the enforcement unit, that's dealt with in Part 4, proposed Section 14.3, and it does say that the Enforcement Division of the authority shall comprise the Deputy Director General of Enforcement, that's one, so that's one person who sits in this unit. Two, such other public officers who may be, for the purposes of the enforcement of customs law, excise act, and other revenue law, exercise the powers, authority, and privileges conferred by the revenue law. And three, this is the one that the Honorable Senator said we slip in there. Such other employees of the authority as the board may think fit. Now, in looking at the composition, Madam President, of this particular unit, it's clear to say that we're going to have two categories of persons sitting there, yes? That category of persons who come from the public service, and then such other employees of the authority as the board may think fit. Now, I want to deal with such other employees of the authority as the board may think fit, because that was a point that the Honorable Senator raised. To make it seem as if we just slip in there, you know, because we feel people stripping us, so we slip in there. This particular clause so that we could fill the unit with all the people that we want. This is furthest from the truth, and I will tell you operationally why having the wiggle room. This authority, and this unit having the ability to appoint such other employees of the authority as the board may feel fit, why this is absolutely necessary. So let me go back to the composition of this particular unit. In the composition, I started off by saying we have those who come from the public service, and then we have those other such other employees as the authority of the authority as the board sees fit. It means that the public, those who have been appointed by the public service, they are the ones who would have been absorbed, of course, from customs and excise and the BIR, right? Why I respectfully submit that such other employees as the authority, as the board may seem fit, is critical to have in this, when looking at the composition of the unit, is for the mere purpose of investigative reasons as well. And what do I mean by that? Sometimes, what if this unit is investigating a complex taxation matter, and from within the parameters of the persons who are employed, or the core persons who are employed in that unit, we do not have the skill sets, or persons who do not have the acumen to be able to investigate these matters, complex matters, it will be necessary for that unit to go to their board and say, hey, listen, and this is simply put, we are investigating this matter from amongst the persons who are employed in the public service that's working in this unit. We simply do not have the skills to investigate this matter. So therefore, we would want to recommend so and so. And then the board could then take a decision, such other employees of the authority as the board thinks fit. Because of course, the unit can then put forward a case as to why we require this skill set. I'll give you an example. now sitting as the Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, the Attorney General has recused himself from what we know as Project Charlie, which is the CLICO investigation that is happening, that matter. I have conduct as the Minister sitting in the ministry on that matter, because the Attorney General, as I said before, he has no part to play in this matter. And I can say that this CLICO matter is a very complex matter, very, very complex fraud matter. And when the DPP was called upon to create a team to investigate this matter, when he looked within the parameters of the police service, we simply did not have the skill set amongst our existing police officers to investigate this matter. Imagine if that office of the DPP did not have the ability to outsource, for want of a better word, persons with the appropriate skills to investigate this matter. You know what that would have meant? A matter as important as the CLICO investigation would have fallen flat on its face. The purpose of the Revenue Authority and this enforcement unit, I reiterate, its purpose is going to be to investigate serious and complex taxation matter, whether it's tax evasion, whether it's tax avoidance, whether it's the breach of certain procedures as stated in the revenue laws, custom laws of Trinidad and Tobago. And while, yes, I have faith in our public service, and while, because I am a public servant myself, while I have faith in the skill set of our public service, there may very well be situations where the complement of employees that we have in the public service do not possess the skills to conduct such investigations. So stop spreading this like a propaganda that, oh, this government trying to slip in this clause.
Minister, it's up to you whether you will give way to Senator Latria.
No, I'll continue because I have a few things to make reference to. So, Madam President, as I have said, when we look at from a practical perspective, because when we create laws, we're not doing it by VAPs. We have to think. The Attorney General speaks about it, but that is a mantra. Plant, machinery, people, processes the law. When we create the law, we must now think about implementing said laws. And we must be able to contemplate, just like a lawyer, you're going to court, you have to contemplate what are some of the scenarios that you may be faced with. So similarly, when we created and when we contemplated what this enforcement unit was going to contain or entail, it was necessary, absolutely necessary, Madam President, based on the example that I've put forward with the CLICO investigation. It was absolutely necessary to have this category of such other employees as the board, of the authority as the board may think fit. Now, of course, a large complement of this particular unit comprises of public officers, right? Now, Madam President, the purpose of these enactments, as we know, are to allow for the collection and enforcement of revenue laws by the creation of a corporate body. Now, this corporate body, Madam President, shall exercise the powers of the state, or as layman, or in the layman terms, act on behalf of the state. Now, in keeping, Madam President, with the cornerstones of constitutionality, this is why when we looked at as a responsible government at this enforcement unit, in keeping with the cornerstones of constitutionality, this is why we ensured that the head of the enforcement division is an officer to be appointed by the Public Service Commission. Now, Section 121, Madam President, of the Constitution, it says that PSC has the power to appoint, transfer, discipline public officers by making this appointee a public officer. It shall strengthen control over the core functions of revenue collection and, most importantly, enforcement. Now, if I may respectfully take my colleagues of this chamber to Clause 14.1 of this bill, Clause 14.1 goes on to state that the function of the Director General includes the enforcement of revenue laws by means of civil proceedings, amongst other functions. And of course, the Honorable Minister of Finance spent a great deal of detail and time in developing the enforcement unit, and that was an exceptional presentation. So of course, to avoid tedious repetition, I'm not going to spend too much time there. My focus, however, is that, again, in looking at the composition of this unit, let us be reminded that the head of that unit, the person who is charged with the fundamental responsibility of investigating taxation, fraud matters, and so on, this person is going to come from within the walls of the public service. And of course, this is because we recognize that it was important to have that post to provide, a cloak of protection for the person who sits there and insulate them from any sort of political interference, bearing in mind what their roles and responsibilities are. Now, Mr. Vice President, Madam President, on the point of providing this cloak of protection, if I may respectfully take my colleagues to the case, it's a Eastern Supreme Court case. It's Leon Nelson versus the Attorney General of St. Kitts and Nevis. And this particular case, the dicta that came out of that case, spoke about the cloak of protection that sometimes certain office holders you want to provide them with. And you want to provide them with that cloak of protection to avoid any sort of political interference. And what struck out to me in this case was the dicta that said, the preservation of the impartiality and neutrality of civil servants has long been recognized in the democratic society as of importance in the preservation of public confidence in the conduct of public affairs. The preservation, let me repeat, the preservation of the impartiality and neutrality of civil servants has long been recognized in the democratic societies as of importance in the preservation of public confidence and the conduct of public affairs. So again, how is this related to the point that I'm making? By ensuring that the head, the Deputy Director General of Enforcement, by ensuring that he's a public officer, what we are doing is instilling that level or trying to gain the public's confidence and trust in the unit so that they understand that the person who is charged with the responsibility of enforcement is of course a public officer and is not someone who has been politically appointed in any way at all. Madam President, so that is my contribution as it relates to the composition of this unit. And of course, I would have tried to respectfully deal with why it was pertinent for us in that composition to have such other employees of the authority as the board may think fit. If I may now respectfully and briefly look at the responsibilities of the Enforcement Division. Of course, we know the responsibilities of the Enforcement Division would be to deal with matters that involves tax evasion, tax avoidance, failure to adhere to procedures and established law as it relates to taxation. And these are very, very crucial matter, very critical, because for far too long it has resulted in a leakage of a large amount of monies for the state. For example, I recall in preparation for this debate, I read the FIU Annual Report 2020, and the FIU
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. In that report, the FIU stated for 2020 alone, there was $529 million lost to this country because of persons who committed tax evasion offenses. So you can well imagine, once this authority comes on stream, and once we have an effectively managed and working and properly oiled enforcement unit, the assistance they can now lend to the FIU in being able to seriously curb tax evasion and, of course, be able to receive or retrieve monies that is due and owing to the state. What I want to put into the public record, Madam Vice President, as it relates to this enforcement unit, we are completely, as a jurisdiction, we are completely aligned with regional comparators. This is a similar and like unit exists in the Jamaican jurisdiction. A similar and like unit also exists in Barbados. And these are countries who are usually saluted for the manner in which, and regional islands that are saluted for the manner in which they handle tax-related matters. So certainly we have not, as a nation, we have not departed at all from what even our neighbors are known for doing. And that in a nutshell, Madam President, is as it relates to the responsibilities. Finally, because I know time is of the essence, I want to pay some attention to Clause 40 of the bill which appears before us. And Clause 40, Madam President, is called the consequential amendment. So as a schedule to this bill, there are several, I can't recall how many, so I don't want to be rude on your hand side, but there are several revenue laws that are quoted in that schedule. What you would note is that we have not amended each of those laws one by one. But what we did as responsible drafters in the drafting of this legislation, we introduced a Clause 40. Now, Madam President, the mischief that we were faced with is one, either because there were so many laws that are related to taxation, there's so many revenue laws. The mischief that we were faced with is either we amend the plethora of laws or we find a resourceful way to amend all of those laws by having to go through each revenue law one by one. And of course, we took the resourceful approach, and that is why we have in this law, in law of drafting, it's referred to as an indirect express amendment. And that indirect express amendment is clearly stated when we look at Clause 40 of the bill. In that particular Clause 40, what we would have done, it said that, indirect express amendment is an option utilized by legislative drafters. I would have recalled looking at the Benyon on drafting, and it actually defined indirect express amendment is where the act expressly amends an enactment, but does not do so by textually amendment. It is said to do so by indirect amendment. This method produces the need to combine two texts and arrive at a common legal meaning. So just to justify why this is the manner in which we were, especially for the lawyers who will be looking on, of course, this, because there are so many laws that would have had to be amended, by adopting the indirect express amendment, it certainly would have saved us time. It would have saved us resources from having to go through the task of amending every single revenue law that the authority would now be responsible, and this enforcement division will now be responsible for enforcing. So, Madam President, this more or less is the framework of enforcement as it exists in the law. I want to reiterate to Trinidad and Tobago, please let good sense prevail. Do not allow the propaganda that is continuously being spread by the opposition to cloud your judgment. This TTRA bill is critical to the development of our nation. With this being said, Madam President, I thank you.
Senator De Freitas.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute today to this piece of legislation that is currently engaging this August House. It has already been said repeatedly by members that have gone before me that this particular piece of legislation is very important in terms of correcting or finding a pathway out of the economic situation that we have found ourselves in relation to the global pandemic. Madam President, I think at this juncture and at this point in the debate, a lot has been said in relation to the merits of what is before us, and from the opposition side, the disadvantages that could befall us in relation to this Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority bill. What I would do, and the approach that I would take so as not to fall in breach of the standing order in relation to tedious repetition, is I will just summarize exactly what we've been hearing so far throughout the day. And what we've been hearing from the opposition side mainly is 3 points that they have been repeating over and over again. The first one is that there's no protection in the bill whatsoever from political interference. The second point that they've made is that workers will be adversely affected when this new revenue authority is created. And finally, the last point that they make is that this particular piece of legislation is unconstitutional because it is now a simple majority instead of a special majority. And so, Madam President, as I go through my contribution, I'll seek to answer those points put forward by members opposite. And before I do so, what I will do is just go through, as most have done before, the reasons for why we have this Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority bill coming forward now, and its importance. I think it has been said by many that the general reason for it is to ensure that we increase the efficiency as it relates to tax collection and everything centered around tax collection by way of the Board of Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise Division. And for anybody who wants to question that reasoning, I say to you, ask yourself, one of the things that we all know as citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago is that our model and mode of operation as it relates to tax collection is not where it should be. Time and time again, whether it be around budget time or what I would say in every fiscal year, we hear of moratoriums being given in relation to tax collection. So much so that these moratoriums, which is a tool to really increase compliance, starts to take on an air of a revenue generation tool, in the sense that at the end of the moratorium, we always end up hearing that we've raised to the tune of $1 billion or $2 billion of taxes that would have gone uncollected had we not implemented the moratorium. And what I'm saying is that if it is that we have to continue implementing moratoriums in order to get monies or revenue into the consolidated fund that would not have come there before, strictly because individuals, corporations are not complying, then it tells me that the current model that we have is indeed and in fact ineffective, and therefore something has to be done. On several occasions during budget presentations, I've had cause to indicate, because Trinidad and Tobago, for truth and in fact, has gone through several economic shocks from as far back as 2009. And every time we do so, we come up with ways to cushion those shocks. And I've come to understand that if you are to truly analyze exactly what needs to be done in the predicament that we're in, you have to do so in this manner. You have to think of it in terms of what I call the leaky bucket syndrome. So you have water going into a bucket, which is tantamount to your money in your economy, and your revenue streams into that economy is your tap that is putting water into that bucket. When the revenue streams are good, you have fast-flowing water. And you're not studying what is happening with the bucket, how many leaks they have, because as far as you're concerned, the level of the water doesn't really drop. There's enough water coming in to keep the water in the bucket at a level. Once that water source starts to dry up, what's the first thing you notice? Level of water in the bucket drops. Why? Because you have leaks in that bucket. And that is what we're experiencing here today. Whereas we don't have as much revenue coming into the economy as we should have. And one of the first things we need to do is to ensure we fix the leaks in that bucket, and in this particular case, the ineffectiveness of tax collection. The Minister of Finance, in his contribution, moving and piloting this bill today, indicated that annually, $5 billion is left out due to the compliance gap that we have. $5 billion. Now that may sound just like a number, but to truly understand what that means, go back to the budget of 2019 or even 2018. Do we remember what the budget deficit was at that point in time? After coming out of the downturn of 2014, trying to get back to a balanced budget, I remember the Minister of Finance indicating in that 2018, maybe even 2019 budget, that the deficit for that year was somewhere between, I think, $4 to $6 billion. So you're telling me that because of the compliance gap, and because we've left $5 billion out of the revenue, that in 2018, had we had 100% effectiveness and efficiency in relation to tax collection, and let me just say here, I understand that no country will have 100% effectiveness and efficiency in relation to tax collection, but as close to 100% as you get bodes well for you. And what that means is that with that $5 billion on the table, we could have balanced the budget in 2018 or 2019. That is why this TTR bill is so important today. We know that what we have now is ineffective. We can quantify that by saying $5 billion is left on the table. We can further quantify that by saying we are continuing to issue moratoriums in the hopes of collecting some of that $5 billion that's left off the table. So standing here today, the biggest argument in favor of this TTRA bill is those numbers which I just called out. And the more of that we can collect, the better for us once this pandemic is over and we move back to a sense of normalcy by way of budgeting and everything else, that we can hopefully get back to a balanced budget, because we cannot continue to try to fill the bucket of water when the water source is drying up and there's a leak in the bucket. So, Madam President, that is the reason why this TTRA bill is important. Let me now move on to the arguments put forward by members opposite. And the first argument is that there's no protection from political interference. We've been hearing that repeated by every single speaker on the other side today. And here's why they're saying there's political interference. Because the minister appoints the board. Okay? So let's walk through that. Part 3 of the bill, Board of Management of the Authority. There are 9 board members. 1 board member is the Director General. I will deal with that when we get to that section. The other board member is a person nominated by the Tobago House of Assembly. So that has nothing to do with the minister. And let me just commend the minister, because I'm very happy to see that in the setting up of this bill and this law, that we did make provisions as it relates to the Board of Inland Revenue, Customs and Excise, consolidating that into a revenue authority, that we did put a position on the board for the Tobago House of Assembly to nominate individuals so that Tobago has a say in this process. We move on to the Permanent Secretary, which again has nothing to do with the minister. So you have 3 individuals out of the 9 that has absolutely nothing to do with the minister. The minister is really and truly only responsible for appointing 6 members on this board. But that process in and of itself is not abnormal. Senator Roberts in his contribution spoke to all kinds of other institutions, all of which would have ministers appointed to boards. So the act of a minister appointing individuals to boards is not abnormal. It's something that occurs throughout the length and breadth of the executive arm in this country. But what is important is that the bill goes on to state that the board in and of itself is limited to certain actions, and it lays out the actions right here in the bill. So we, as legislators, know fully well what the board is capable of and what they can do and what they can't do. And I'm not going to read them out because they've been read out before, earlier contributions. But what I would go on to say is that the bill stipulates quite categorically that there can be no interference from the board whatsoever in relation to administrative or the acquisition of information in relation to the executing arm of the authority. The board, in a nutshell, is responsible for the management of policy. Again, nothing abnormal in that. When we move on to filling out the upper management in relation to the Revenue Authority, we see where the Director General and the Deputy Director Generals, again, left open. And let me just stick a pin right here because I want to say, when I looked at that, I said to myself, we're dealing with Board of Inland Revenue, Customs and Excise, consolidated into the Revenue Authority. And as it relates to Tobago, you definitely want to have, within the functions of the upper management, the ability for Tobago to have a voice there. And at first read of the bill, I thought to myself, well, why don't we put in the bill a Deputy Director General for Tobago Affairs, for example, because you're dealing with an island that has a different cultural history, different modality of operation, and therefore you would definitely want a voice at that level, speaking on behalf of the people of Tobago and the citizenry of Tobago. But then I went the other way, because when I read the bill again, I realized that it is the board of directors that's going to be responsible for determining the number of deputy director generals. And therefore that board, in executing that function, can indeed and in fact create a deputy director general for Tobago affairs. And that possibility is there. Just to ensure that in terms of management of the roles and responsibilities of the Revenue Authority can be done in a way that Tobago is not left out. And so I'm very happy for that ability, and I would ask and put on the Hansard record today that when the whole thing is being built out, that hopefully, at least, please ensure there's a Deputy Director General for Tobago Affairs to manage the roles and responsibility of the authority as it relates specifically to Tobago. But I go on to say, Madam President, that in terms of this argument that there's no protection from political interference, we're at the point of the Director General and we're at the point of the Deputy Director Generals. Those positions, the terms and conditions, are implemented by the board. Now, Senator Roberts tried to say, well, it's a politically appointed board, and therefore, the board being political in nature has too much control over appointing a Director General and appointing a Deputy Director General. The fact is, Madam President, that all the board is responsible for is setting the terms and conditions for those individuals. Those names will then be passed as laid out in the bill to the minister, who then has to, by way of notification, put it in the Parliament for affirmative resolution. Now, imagine my shock and awe today to listen to Senator Mark in his contribution trying to negativize in a bill the fact that an affirmative resolution needs to be had, saying that it's, for all intents and purposes, a rubber stamp because the government has the majority. Every single member in this chamber, like myself, sits here at every committee stage for every ministerial order, for every ministerial regulation, whereby in that piece of legislation it says by negative resolution. What is the first words out of Senator Mark's mouth? He wants affirmative resolution. Bring it to the Parliament. Let us debate it. Do you know why he says that? He will not tell you today, because he has to come and oppose in some form or fashion this very bill. Let me tell you why he says that, because he knows it fully well. Because when you set in a law that a minister has to do a notification for affirmative resolution, it adds a layer of credibility to the appointments, because one, the appointments are public. It's a debate. He knows that. And that is why I'm saying the level of political interference is not true. Not only are the specifications stipulated in relation to the appointment of these individuals, meaning that you cannot appoint any person. It has to be a person of a particular level in their fields of industry and having certain specifications. That is what the board has to find. The board then passes that on to the minister, and all the minister is doing by way of this law is notifying the Parliament and ensuring that a debate takes place in relation to those very appointments. I go further, because when you say there's political interference, Madam President, what you're really talking about is the leverage you would have over those appointments due to the ability to fire those individuals. Let's go further in the bill. Clause 11, resignation and removal of members. actually clause 15, as it speaks to the Director General and Deputy Director Generals. The Minister of Finance, nor can the Board of Directors opt one morning and fire any Director General or Deputy Director General of this revenue authority. Why? Because in this bill, it also says that if you intend to remove any of those individuals, you need to have a notification done by way of the minister for affirmative resolution of the Parliament once again. So once again, when you hire these individuals, it has to be affirmed through the Parliament. Everybody is going to see it, public domain and all of the legislators in the Parliament. To remove those said individuals, same process has to take place. Now tell me, if there's political interference to remove somebody from that office, you don't think it's going to be seen on the floor of this Parliament when that debate takes place? Secondary to that, as an added protection measure, it goes on to list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 conditions in this piece of legislation for removal. So you cannot get up in the morning and decide, I don't like the Director General, and therefore I'm going to fire them. That is not possible. So the political interference that the opposition is talking about, there are protective measures in here to ensure that if you even attempt to interfere politically, the public is going to be made aware, the legislators are going to be made aware, and secondary to that, you have to fall into one of these criteria here, listed in this legislation in relation to removal of those people in those offices. So I wholly and solely reject the argument put forward by the opposition to say that there's no protection from political interference. Arguments have been made all day today in terms of the Deputy Director General Enforcement. I don't have to repeat it. That post is not beholden to the Deputy Director General appointed by the board. It's not beholden to the Director General appointed by the board. The terms and conditions, their salaries, their allowances has nothing to do with the board. And that is the individual responsible for the enforcement of the laws. So we know there can be no political interference there. So once again, Madam President, I fully, wholly, and solely reject that argument. To say it differently is to engage in fear-mongering and to try and create some level of doubt in the minds of the citizenry in relation to what is needed and what is very important in relation to our return to normalcy economically in Trinidad and Tobago. The second major point put forward by the opposition is that workers will be adversely affected when a new revenue authority is created. Madam President, once again, nothing could be furthest from the truth. It has been stated repeatedly today by members on the government side and by the Minister of Finance that there are 4 avenues created to allow for the proper transition of workers from the Board of Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Division once this revenue authority is created. The first is voluntary retirement, and I expect individuals who are probably within a year or maybe months or days from retirement as it relates to the public service may choose to utilize that option. The second is that the Public Service Commission being involved, there can be a request made to be transferred to the Revenue Authority. What is wrong with that? If they don't want to utilize that option, there's a third option. Another request can be made, again, utilizing the Public Service Commission, to be transferred to the enforcement arm of the Revenue Authority. And if none of those work well for the employees, then there's a final option. Remain in the public service in a position equal to the one that you are in now. For as long as I've been in this chamber, for as long as I have been on joint select committees of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, I understood fully well that when dealing with employees of the public service, if they're moving from one area to another, there must be no reduction at all in terms of terms and conditions of their contract of employment. If you're moving from permanent secretary of one ministry, you can't be made a director in another ministry, unless that is part of some disciplinary action. But I myself have never seen that. If you're moving as a permanent secretary from one ministry, you're moving to a permanent secretary position in another ministry. So why is the argument being put forward today in relation to employees of the Board of Inland Revenue and Custom and Excise decision that all of a sudden, when this revenue authority is created, they're going to lose their jobs, or that they're going to get less money, or that the terms and conditions is going to be different? Incorrect. That is not the case. You have 4 options. You get to choose. Retire, work with the Revenue Authority, equal terms and conditions, work with the enforcement arm if you weren't working there before, equal terms and conditions, or remain in the public service, equal terms and conditions. So this ideology that because you're creating the Revenue Authority, you're trying to get rid of people in the public service or people who are working is wrong. Senator Lachmidial made an argument, and I was confused, saying that the board is going to be responsible for hiring people on contract. That is something that is normal. It is normal because if you've ever been in a joint select committee where you've interviewed ministries or institutions, the biggest argument made time and time again, no matter who is in government, no matter which parliament you happen to be part of, is that there aren't enough workers to fill certain positions. And the reason for that is that they are waiting on positions to be filled by the public service.
You have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. By the Public Service Commission. And Senator Sagwam Singh Suklal, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, hit the nail on the head in a contribution. This is an agency that is extremely important in relation to tax collection. Are you telling me, Senator Lachmidial, that we will sit here and wait for the Public Service Commission to fill all of those positions and hamstring the board because you're saying that there's some sort of political interference by the board having the ability to hire individuals? You would need to do so. It is the balance of hiring people on contract and having your public servants that bodes well for the efficiency of these institutions. Because if you were to wait on the Public Service Commission, then you're going to be hamstrung in relation to human resources. Period. So, Madam President, with my last 5 minutes, let me respond to the last major point put forward by the opposition, and that is that this is unconstitutional because it is now a simple majority instead of a special majority. That is an argument that for some odd reason, every single time we bring a special majority bill, and every single time I hear the Attorney General say that we are going to try to work with the opposition turns wrong and they deny the piece of legislation by withholding their vote. This is a TTRA bill. The Minister of Finance made it absolutely clear. 11 years in the making, 4 attempts. There was a joint select committee at the start of the 11th Parliament. Years they spent. You know what a joint select committee is. Every single person on that committee is non-partisan because you're working towards putting forward the best piece of legislation that you can. And you are coming here today to say that we are wrong for bringing a simple majority bill when after a joint select committee process that is non-partisan, that puts a bill that everybody is supposed to agree on, or at least if you have a minority report, you can try and work it out. But when you deny this country the ability to collect the taxes that it needs to collect to the benefit of all citizens, because we are in a precarious position, because we have a running pandemic that has an economic impact. You sit there and you deny the citizens of this country $5 billion annually, to then come here today when the Attorney General does what he has to do and the Minister of Finance does what he has to do to ensure that this country can return to economic stability. Your argument is bring it back as a special majority, so what? That you could deny it again? Well, we're not going to do that. We are always going to do what is best for this country. And if it is that we have to bring it as a simple majority, that is what we're going to do, because the opposition does not work well with anybody. And that is the highest level of hypocrisy. Vote down the bill as a special majority, and when we bring it as a simple majority, argue that it's unconstitutional. So, Madam President, let me just say this. We will move ahead doing what is best for this country. The Minister of Finance has a job to do. He is doing that job. He's going to ensure that we bolster our economy the best way we can in light of extenuating circumstances that the entire world is dealing with. And what I would say is that in doing so, Minister of Finance, move with God's speed. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
President, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, 17th September at 10 a.m. On that day, we propose to continue this debate and take the bill through all the remaining stages. Thank you.
The question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Friday, September the 17th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Friday, September the 17th, 2021 at 10 a.m.